The 18th Brumaire of Louis Napoleon by Karl Marx. Chapter 1. Hegel says somewhere that the great historic facts and personages recur twice. He forgot to add, once as tragedy, and again as farce. Cassadier for Danton, Louis Blanc for Robespierre, the mountain of 1848 to 51 for the mountain of 1793 to 05. The nephew for the uncle. The identical caricature marks also the conditions under which the second edition of the 18th Brumaire is issued. Man makes his own history, but he does not make it out of whole cloth. He does not make it out of conditions chosen by himself, but out of such as he finds close at hand. The tradition of all past generations weighs like an Alp upon the brain of the living. At the very same time when men appear engaged in revolutionizing things and themselves, in bringing about what never was before, at such very epochs of revolutionary crisis, do they anxiously conjure up into their service the spirits of the past, assume their names, their battle cries, their costumes, to enact a new historic scene in such time-honored disguise and with such borrowed language. Thus did Luther masquerade as the Apostle Paul. Thus did the Revolution of 1789 to 1814 drape itself alternately as the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire. Nor did the Revolution of 1818 know what better to do than to parody at one time the year 1789, at another the revolutionary traditions of 1793 to 95. Thus does the beginner, who has acquired a new language, keep on translating it back into his own mother tongue. Only when he has grasped the spirit of the new language, and is able freely to express himself therewith, when he moves in it without recollections of the old, and has forgotten in its use his own hereditary tongue. When these historic configurations of the dead past are closely observed, a striking difference is forthwith noticeable. Camille Desmoulins, Danton, Robespierre, Saint-Just, Napoleon, the heroes as well as the parties and the masses of the old French Revolution, achieved in Roman costumes and with Roman phrases the task of their time, the emancipation and the establishment of modern bourgeois society. One set knocked to pieces the old feudal groundwork and mowed down the feudal heads that had grown upon it. Napoleon brought about, within France, the conditions under which alone free competition could develop, the partitioned lands be exploited, the nation's unshackled powers of industrial production be utilized, while, beyond the French frontier, he swept away everywhere the establishments of feudality, so far as requisite to furnish the bourgeois social system of France with fit surroundings of the European continent, and such as were in keeping with the times. Once the new social establishment was set on foot, the antediluvian giants vanished, and, along with them, the resuscitated Roman world. The Brutuses, Gracchi, Publicolas, the tribunes, the senators, and Caesar himself. In its sober reality, bourgeois society had produced its own true interpretation in the Says, Cousins, Royer-Collards, Benjamin Constants, and Guizots. Its real generals sat behind the office desks, and the mutton head of Louis XVIII was its political lead. This society could no longer understand that the ghosts of Rome had watched over its cradle. And yet, lacking in heroism as bourgeois society is, it nevertheless had stood in need of heroism, of self-sacrifice, of terror, of civil war, and of bloody battlefields to bring it into the world. Its gladiators found in the stern classic traditions of the Roman Republic the ideals and the form, the self-deceptions that they needed in order to conceal from themselves the narrow bourgeois substance of their own struggles. and to keep their passion up to the height of a great historic tragedy. Thus, at another stage of development a century before, did Cromwell and the English people draw from the Old Testament a language, passions, and illusions for their own bourgeois revolution. When the real goal was reached, when the remodeling of English society was accomplished, Locke supplanted Habakkuk. Accordingly, the reviving of the dead in those revolutions served the purpose of glorifying the new struggles, not of parodying the old. It served the purpose of exaggerating to the imagination the given task, not to recoil before its practical solution. It served the purpose of rekindling the revolutionary spirit, not to trot out its ghost. In 1848 to 51, only the ghost of the old revolution wandered about. From Marrast, the Republican in silk stockings, who disguised himself in Old Bailey, down to the adventurer who hid his repulsively trivial features under the iron death mask of Napoleon. A whole people that imagines it has imparted to itself accelerated powers of motion through a revolution suddenly finds itself transferred back to a dead epoch, and, lest there be any mistake possible in this head, the old dates turn up again, the old calendars, the old names, the old edicts, which long since had sunk to the level of antiquarians' learning. Even the old bailiffs, who had long seemed mouldering with decay. The nation takes on the appearance of that crazy Englishman in Bedlam, who imagines he is living in the days of the pharaohs, and daily laments the hard work that he must do in the Ethiopian mines as gold digger, immured in a subterranean prison, with a dim lamp fastened on his head, behind him the slave overseer with a long whip, and, at the mouths of the mine, a mob of barbarous camp servants who understand neither the convicts in the mines nor one another, because they do not speak a common language. And all this, cries the crazy Englishman, is demanded of me, the free-born Englishman, in order to make gold for old Pharaoh. In order to pay off the debts of the Bonaparte family, sobs the French nation. The Englishman, so long as he was in his senses, could not rid himself of the rooted thought making gold. The Frenchmen, so long as they were busy with a revolution, could not rid themselves of the Napoleonic memory, as the election of December 10th proved. They longed to escape from the dangers of revolution back to the fleshpots of Egypt. The 2nd of December, 1851, was the answer. They have not merely the character of the old Napoleon, but the old Napoleon himself, caricatured as he needs must appear in the middle of the 19th century. The social revolution of the 19th century cannot draw its poetry from the past. It can draw that only from the future. It cannot start upon its work before it has stricken off all superstition concerning the past. Former revolutions require historic reminiscences in order to intoxicate themselves with their own issues. The revolutions of the 19th century must let the dead bury their dead in order to reach its issue. With the former, the phrase surpasses the substance. With this one, the substance surpasses the phrase. The February Revolution was a surprisal. Old society was taken unawares, and the people proclaimed this political stroke a great historic act, whereby the new era was opened. On the 2nd of December, the February Revolution is jockeyed by a trick of a false player, and what is seen to be overthrown is no longer the monarchy, but the liberal concessions which had been wrung from it by centuries of struggles. Instead of society itself having conquered a new point, only the state appears to have returned to its oldest form, to the simply brazen rule of the sword and the club. Thus, upon the coup de main of February 1848, comes the response of the coup de tête, December 1851. So won, so lost. Meanwhile, the interval did not go unutilized. During the years 1848 to 1851, French society retrieved an abbreviated, because revolutionary, method the lessons and teachings which, if it was to be more than a disturbance of the surface, should have preceded the February Revolution had it developed in regular order, by rule, so to say. Now French society seems to have receded behind its point of departure. In fact, however, it was compelled to first produce its own revolutionary point of departure, the situation, circumstances, conditions under which alone the modern revolution is in earnest. Bourgeois revolutions, like those of the 18th century, rush onward rapidly from success to success. Their stage effects outbid one another, men and things seem to be set in flaming brilliance, ecstasy is the prevailing spirit. But they are short-lived. They reach their climax speedily. Then society relapses into a long fit of nervous reaction before it learns how to appropriate the fruits of its period of feverish excitement. Proletarian revolutions, on the contrary, such as those of the 19th century, criticize themselves constantly interrupt themselves in their own course, come back to what seems to have been accomplished, in order to start over anew. Scorn with cruel thoroughness the half-measures, weaknesses, and meannesses of their first attempts. Seem to throw down their adversary only in order to enable him to draw fresh strength from the earth, and again to rise up against them in more gigantic stature. Constantly recoil in fear before the unidentified monster magnitude of their own objects, until finally that situation is created which renders all retreat impossible, and the conditions themselves cry out, "Here is Rhodes! Leap here!" Every observer of average intelligence, even if he failed to follow step by step the course of French development, must have anticipated that an unheard-of fiasco was in store for the revolution. It was enough to hear the self-satisfied yelpings of victory wherewith the Monsieur Democrats mutually congratulated one another upon the pardons of May 2nd, 1852. Indeed, May 2nd had become a fixed idea in their heads. It had become a dogma with them, something like the day on which Christ was to reappear and the millennium to begin had formed in the heads of the Chiliasts. Weakness had, as it ever does, taken refuge in the wonderful. It believed the enemy was overcome if, in its imagination, it hocus-pocused him away. And it lost all sense of the present and the imaginary apotheosis of the future that was at hand, and of the deeds that had it in petto, but which it did not yet want to bring to the scratch. The heroes, whoever seek to refute their established incompetence by mutually bestowing their sympathy upon one another and by pulling together, had packed their satchels, taken their laurels in advanced payments, and were just engaged in the work of getting discounted in partibus, on the stock exchange, the republics for which, in the silence of their unassuming dispositions, they had carefully organized the government personnel. The 2nd of December struck them like a bolt from a clear sky. And the peoples, who in periods of timid despondency gladly allow their hidden fears to be drowned by the loudest screamers, will perhaps have become convinced that the days are gone by when the cackling of geese could save the capital. The Constitution, the National Assembly, the dynastic parties, the blue and the red Republicans, the heroes from Africa, the thunder from the Tribune, the flashlightings from the daily press, the whole literature, the political names and the intellectual celebrities, the civil and the criminal law, the liberté, égalité, fraternité, together with the 2nd of May, 1852, all vanished like phantasmagoria before the ban of one man, whom his enemies themselves do not pronounce an adept of witchcraft. Universal suffrage seems to have survived only for a moment, to the end that, before the eyes of the whole world, it should make its own testament with its own hands, and, in the name of the people, declare, all that exists deserves to perish. It is not enough to say, as the Frenchmen do, that their nation was taken by surprise. A nation, no more than a woman, is excused for the unguarded hour when the first adventurer who comes along can do violence to her. The riddle is not solved by such shrifts, it is only formulated in other words. There remains to be explained how a nation of 36 millions can be surprised by 3 swindlers and taken to prison without resistance. Let us recapitulate in general outlines the phases which the French Revolution of February 24, 1848 to December 1851 ran through. 3 main periods are unmistakable. First, the February period. Second, the period of constituting the Republic, or of the Constitutive National Assembly, May 4, 1848 to May 29, 1849. Third, the period of the Constitutional Republic, or of the Legislative National Assembly, May 29, 1849 to December 2, 1851. The first period, from February 24th, or the downfall of Louis Philippe, to May 4, 1848, the date of the assembling of the Constitutive Assembly, the February period proper may be designated as the prologue of the Revolution. It officially expressed its own character in this, that the government which it improvised declared itself provisional, and like the government, everything that was broached, attempted, or uttered pronounced itself provisional. Nobody and nothing dared to assume the right of permanent existence and of an actual fact. All the elements that had prepared or determined the revolution, dynastic opposition, republican bourgeoisie, democratic republican small traders class, social democratic labor element, all found provisionally their place in the February government. It could not be otherwise. The February days contemplated originally a reform of the suffrage laws, whereby the area of the politically privileged among the property-holding class was to be extended, while the exclusive rule of the aristocracy of finance was to be overthrown. When, however, it came to a real conflict, when the people mounted the barricades, when the National Guard stood passive, when the army offered no serious resistance, and the kingdom ran away, then the Republic seemed self-understood. Each party interpreted in its own sense. One, arms in hand, by the proletariat, they put upon it the stamp of their own class, and proclaimed a social republic. Thus, the general purpose of modern revolutions was indicated, a purpose, however, that stood in most singular contradiction to everything that, with the material at hand, with the stage of enlightenment that the masses had reached, and under existing circumstances and conditions, could be immediately used. On the other hand, the claims of all the other elements that had cooperated in the Revolution of February were recognized by the lion's share that they received in the government. Hence, in no period do we find a more motley mixture of high-sounding phrases together with actual doubt and helplessness, of more enthusiastic reform aspirations together with a more slavish adherence to the old routine, more seeming harmony permeating the whole of society together with a deeper alienation of its several elements. While the Parisian proletariat was still gloating over the sight of the great perspective that had disclosed itself to their view, and was indulging in seriously meant discussions over the social problems, the old powers of society had groomed themselves, had gathered together, had deliberated, and found an unexpected support in the mass of the nation. The peasants and small traders, all of whom threw themselves on a sudden upon the political stage after the barriers of the July monarchy had fallen down. The second period, from May 4, 1848, to the end of May, 1849, is the period of the Constitution, of the founding of the bourgeois republic immediately after the February days. Not only was the dynastic opposition surprised by the Republicans, and the Republicans by the Socialists, but all of France was surprised by Paris. The National Assembly, that met on May 4, 1848, to frame a constitution, was the outcome of the national elections. It represented the nation. It was a living protest against the assumption of the February days, and it was intended to bring the results of the revolution back to the bourgeois measure. In vain did the proletariat of Paris, which forthwith understood the character of this National Assembly, endeavor, a few days after its meeting, on May 15th, to deny its existence by force, to dissolve it, to disperse the organic apparition in which the reacting spirit of the nation was threatening them, and thus reduce it back to its separate component parts. As is known, the 15th of May had no other result than that of removing Blanqui and his associates, i.e., the real leaders of the proletarian party, from the public scene for the whole period of the cycle which we are here considering. Upon the bourgeois monarchy of Louis Philippe, only the bourgeois republic could follow. That is to say, a limited portion of the bourgeoisie having ruled under the name of the king, now the whole bourgeoisie was to rule under the name of the people. The demands of the Parisian proletariat are utopian tomfooleries that have to be done away with. To this declaration of the Constitutional National Assembly, the Paris proletariat answers with a June insurrection, the most colossal event in the history of European civil wars. The bourgeois republic won. On its side stood the aristocracy of finance, the industrial bourgeoisie, the middle class, the small traders' class, the army, the slums organized as Garde Mobile, the intellectual celebrities, the parsons' class, and the rural population. On the side of the Parisian proletariat stood none but itself. Over 3,000 insurgents were massacred. After the victory, 15,000 were transported without trial. With this defeat, the proletarian steps to the background of the revolutionary stage. It always seeks to crowd forward, so soon as the movement seems to acquire new impetus, but with ever weaker effort and ever smaller results. So soon as any of the above-lying layers of society gets into revolutionary fermentation, it enters into alliance therewith, and thus shares all the defeats which the several parties successively suffer. But these succeeding blows become ever weaker the more generally they are distributed over the whole surface of society. The more important leaders of the proletariat, and its councils, and the press, fall one after another victims of the courts, and never more questionable figures step to the front. It partly throws itself upon doctrinaire experiments, cooperative banking, and labor exchange schemes, in other words, movements, in which it gives up the task of revolutionizing the old world with its own large collective weapons, and on the contrary, seeks to bring about its emancipation behind the back of society in private ways, within the narrow bounds of its own class conditions, and consequently, inevitably fails. The proletariat seems to be able neither to find again the revolutionary magnitude within itself, nor to draw new energy from the newly formed alliances until all classes, with whom it contended in June, shall lie prostrate along with itself. But in all these defeats, the proletariat succumbs at least with the honor that attaches to great historic struggles. Not France alone. All Europe trembles before the June earthquake, while the successive defeats inflicted upon the higher classes are bought so easily that they need the brazen exaggeration of the victorious party itself to be at all able to pass muster as an event, and these defeats become more disgraceful the further removed the defeated party stands from the proletariat. True enough, the defeat of the June insurgents prepared, leveled the ground upon which the bourgeois republic could be founded and erected. But it, at the same time, showed that there are in Europe other issues besides that of the republic or monarchy. It revealed the fact that here the bourgeois republic meant the unbridled despotism of one class over another. It proved that, with nations enjoying an older civilization, having developed class distinctions, modern conditions of production, an intellectual consciousness, wherein all traditions of old have been dissolved through the work of centuries, that with such countries, the republic means only the political revolutionary form of bourgeois society, not its conservative form of existence, as is the case in the United States of America, where, true enough, the classes already exist, but have not yet acquired permanent character, are in constant flux and reflux, constantly changing their elements and yielding them up to one another, where the modern means of production, instead of coinciding with a stagnant population, rather compensate for the relative scarcity of heads and hands. And finally, where the feverishly youthful life of material production, which has to appropriate a new world to itself, has so far left neither time nor opportunity to abolish the illusions of old. All classes and parties joined hands in the June days in a party of order against the class of the proletariat, which was designated as the party of anarchy, of socialism, of communism. They claimed to have saved society against the enemies of society. They gave out the slogans of the old social order: property, family, religion, order, as the passwords for their army, and cried out to the counter-revolutionary crusaders, "In this sign thou wilt conquer." From that moment on, so soon as any of the numerous parties which had marshaled themselves under this sign against the June insurgents tries, in turn, to take the revolutionary field in the interests of its own class, it goes down in its turn before the cry, property, family, religion, order. Thus it happens that society is saved as often as the circle of its ruling class is narrowed, and as often as a more exclusive interest asserts itself over the general. Every demand for the most simple bourgeois financial reform, for the most ordinary liberalism, for the most commonplace republicanism, for the flattest democracy, is forthwith punished as an assault upon society, and is branded as socialism. Finally, the high priests of religion and order themselves are kicked off their tripods, are fetched out of their beds in the dark, hurried into the patrol wagons, thrust into jail or sent into exile. Their temple is razed to the ground. Their mouths are sealed. Their pen is broken. Their law torn to pieces in the name of religion, of family, of property, and of order. Bourgeois, fanatic on the point of order, are shot down in their own balconies by drunken soldiers, forfeit their family property, and their houses are bombarded for pastime, all in the name of property, of family, of religion, and of order. Finally, the refuse of bourgeois society constitutes the holy phalanx of order, and the hero Krapulinski makes his entry into the Tuileries as the savior of society. Chapter 2. Let us resume the thread of events. The history of the Constitutional National Assembly from the June days on is the history of the supremacy and dissolution of the Republican Bourgeois Party, the party which is known under several names of Tricolor Republican, True Republican, Political Republican, Formal Republican, etc., etc. Under the bourgeois monarchy of Louis Philippe, this party had constituted the official Republican opposition, and consequently had been a recognized element in the then political world. It had its representatives in the chambers and commanded considerable influence in the press. Its Parisian organ, the National, passed, in its way, for as respectable a paper as the Journal des Débats. This position in the constitutional monarchy corresponded to its character. The party was not a fraction of the bourgeoisie, held together by great and common interests, and marked by special business requirements. It was a coterie of bourgeois with republican ideas, writers, lawyers, officers, and civil employees, whose influence rested upon the personal antipathies of the country for Louis Philippe, upon reminiscences of the old republic, upon the republican faith of a number of enthusiasts, and, above all, upon the spirit of French patriotism, whose hatred of the treaties of Vienna and of the alliance with England kept them perpetually on the alert. The National owed a large portion of its following under Louis Philippe to this covert imperialism that, later under the Republic, could stand up against it as a deadly competitor in the person of Louis Bonaparte. They fought the aristocracy of finance just the same as did the rest of the bourgeois opposition. The polemic against the budget, which in France was closely connected with the opposition to the aristocracy of finance, furnished too cheap a popularity and too rich a material for puritanical leading articles not to be exploited. The industrial bourgeoisie was thankful to it for its servile defense of the French tariff system, which, however, the paper had taken up, more out of patriotic than economic reasons. The whole bourgeois class was thankful to it for its vicious denunciations of communism and socialism. For the rest, the party of the National was purely republican, i.e., it demanded a republican instead of a monarchic form of bourgeois government. Above all, it demanded for the bourgeoisie the lion's share of the government. As to how this transformation was to be accomplished, the party was far from being clear. What, however, was clear as day to it, and was openly declared at the reform banquets during the last days of Louis Philippe's reign, was its unpopularity with the democratic middle class, especially with the revolutionary proletariat. These pure republicans, as pure republicans go, were at first on the very point of contenting themselves with the regency of the Duchess of Orleans. When the February Revolution broke out, and when it gave their best-known representatives a place in the provisional government. Of course, they enjoyed from the start the confidence of the bourgeoisie and of the majority of the Constitutional National Assembly. The socialist elements of the provisional government were promptly excluded from the executive committee which the Assembly had elected upon its convening, and the party of the National subsequently utilized the outbreak of the June insurrection to dismiss this executive committee also, and thus rid itself of its nearest rivals. The small traders' class, or democratic republicans, Ledru-Rollin, etc., Cavaignac, the general of the bourgeois Republican Party, who commanded at the Battle of June, stepped into the place of the executive committee with a sort of dictatorial power. Marrast, former editor-in-chief of the National, became permanent president of the Constitutional National Assembly, and the Secretaryship of State, together with all the other important posts, devolved upon the pure Republicans. The Republican bourgeois party, which since long had looked upon itself as the legitimate heir of the July monarchy, thus found itself surpassed in its own ideal. But it came to power, not as it had dreamed under Louis Philippe, through a liberal revolution of the bourgeoisie against the throne, but through a grape-shot and canistered mutiny of the proletariat against capital. That which it imagined to be the most revolutionary came about as the most counter-revolutionary event. The fruit fell into its lap, but it fell from the tree of knowledge, not from the tree of life. The exclusive power of the bourgeois republic lasted only from June 24th to the 10th of December, 1848. It is summed up in the framing of a republican constitution and in the state of siege of Paris. The new constitution was in substance only a republicanized edition of the constitutional charter of 1830. The limited suffrage of the July monarchy, which excluded even a large portion of the bourgeoisie from political power, was irreconcilable with the existence of the bourgeois republic. The February Revolution had forthwith proclaimed direct and universal suffrage in place of the old law. The bourgeois republic could not annul this act. They had to content themselves with tacking to it the limitation of a 6 months' residence. The old organization of the administrative law, of municipal government, of court procedures, of the army, etc., remained untouched, or, where the Constitution did change them, the change affected their index, not their subject, their name, not their substance. The inevitable general staff of the freedoms of 1848, personal freedom, freedom of the press, of speech, of association, and of assemblage, freedom of instruction, of religion, etc., received a constitutional uniform that rendered them invulnerable. Each of these freedoms is proclaimed the absolute right of the French citizen, but always with a gloss that it is unlimited insofar only as it is not to be curtailed by the equal rights of others, and by the public safety or by the laws which are intended to effect this harmony. For instance, citizens have the right of association, of peaceful and unarmed assemblage, of petitioning, and of expressing their opinions through the press or otherwise. The enjoyment of these rights has no limitation other than the equal rights of others and the public safety. Chapter 2 of the French Constitution, Section 8. Education is free. The freedom of education shall be enjoyed under the conditions provided by law and under the supervision of the state. Section 9. The domicile of the citizen is inviolable except under the forms prescribed by law. Chapter 1, Section 3. Etc., etc. The Constitution, it will be noticed, constantly alludes to future organic laws that are to carry out the glosses and are intended to regulate the enjoyment of these unabridged freedoms, to the end that they collide neither with one another nor with the public safety. Later on, the organic laws are called into existence by the friends of order, and all the above-named freedoms are so regulated that, in their enjoyment, the bourgeoisie encounter no opposition from the like rights of the other classes. Wherever the bourgeoisie wholly interdicted these rights to others, or allowed them in their enjoyment under conditions that were but so many police snares, it was always done only in the interest of the public safety, i.e., of the bourgeoisie, as required by the Constitution. Hence it comes that both sides, the friends of order, who abolished all these freedoms, as well as the Democrats, who had demanded them all, appeal with full right to the Constitution. Each paragraph of the Constitution contains its own antitheses, its upper and lower house freedom as a generalization, the abolition of freedom as a specification. Accordingly, so long as the name of freedom was respected, and only its real enforcement was prevented in a legal way, of course the constitutional existence of freedom remained uninjured, untouched, however completely its common existence might be extinguished. This Constitution, so ingeniously made invulnerable, was, however, like Achilles, vulnerable at one point. Not in its heel, but in its head, or rather, in the two heads into which it ran out, the Legislative Assembly on the one hand, and the President on the other. Run through the Constitution, and it will be found that only those paragraphs wherein the relation of the President to the Legislative Assembly is defined are absolute, positive, uncontradictory, undistortable. Here, the bourgeois republicans were concerned in securing their own position. Articles 45 to 70 of the Constitution are so framed that the National Assembly can constitutionally remove the President, but the President can set aside the National Assembly only unconstitutionally. He can set it aside only by setting aside the Constitution itself. Accordingly, by these provisions, the National Assembly challenges its own violent destruction. It not only consecrates, like the character of 1830, the division of powers, but it extends this feature to an unbearably contradictory extreme. The play of constitutional powers, as Guizot styled the clapper-clawings between the legislative and the executive powers, plays permanent babank in the Constitution of 1848. On the one side, 750 representatives of the people, elected and qualified for re-election by universal suffrage, who constitute an uncontrollable, indissoluble, indivisible National Assembly. A National Assembly that enjoys legislative omnipotence, that decides in the last instance over war, peace, and commercial treaties, that alone has the power to grant amnesties, and that, through its perpetuity, continually maintains the foreground on the stage. On the other, a President, clad with all the attributes of royalty, with the right to appoint and remove his ministers independently from the National Assembly, holding in his hands all the means of executive power, the dispenser of all posts, and thereby the arbiter of at least 1.5 million existences in France, so many being dependent upon the 500,000 civil employees and upon the officers of all grades. He has the whole armed power behind him. He enjoys the privilege of granting pardons to individual criminals, suspending the National Guards, of removing with the consent of the Council of State the general, cantonal, and municipal councilmen elected by the citizens themselves. The initiative and direction of all negotiations with foreign countries are reserved to him. While the Assembly itself is constantly acting upon the stage, and is exposed to the critically vulgar light of day, he leads a hidden life in the Elysian fields, only with Article 45 of the Constitution before his eyes and his heart daily calling out to him, "Brother, you must die." Your power expires on the second Sunday of the beautiful month of May, in the 4th year after your election. The glory is then at an end. The play is not performed twice. And, if you have any debt, see to it betimes that you pay them off with the 600,000 francs that the Constitution has set aside for you, unless, perchance, you should prefer traveling to Clichy, the debtor's prison, on the second Monday of the beautiful month of May. While the Constitution thus clothes the President with actual power, it seeks to secure the moral power of the National Assembly. Apart from the circumstance that it is impossible to create a moral power through legislative paragraphs, the Constitution again neutralizes itself in that it causes the President to be chosen by all the Frenchmen through direct suffrage. While the votes of France are splintered to pieces upon the 750 members of the National Assembly, they are here, on the contrary, concentrated upon one individual. While each separate representative represents only this or that party, this or that city, this or that dunghill, or possibly only the necessity of electing someone 750th or other, with whom neither the issue nor the man is closely considered, that one, the President, on the contrary, is the elect of the nation, and the act of his election is the trump card that the sovereign people plays out once every 4 years. The elected National Assembly stands in metaphysical, but the elected President in a personal, relation to the nation. True enough, the National Assembly presents its several representatives with various sides of the national spirit, but in the President, this spirit is incarnated. As against the National Assembly, the President possesses a sort of divine right. he is by the grace of the people. Thetis, the sea goddess, had prophesied to Achilles that he would die in the bloom of youth. The constitution, which had its weak spot like Achilles, had also, like Achilles, the presentiment that it would depart by premature death. It was enough for the pure republicans, engaged at the work of framing a constitution, to cast a glance from the mighty heights of their ideal republic down upon the profane world in order to realize how the arrogance of the royalists, of the bonapartists, of the democrats, of the communists rose daily, together with their own discredit, and in the same measure as they approached the completion of their legislative work of art, without Thetis having for this purpose to leave the sea and impart the secret to them. They ought to outwit fate by means of a constitutional artifice, through Section 111 of the Constitution, according to which every motion to revise the Constitution had to be discussed 3 successive times, between each of which a full month was to elapse and required at least a 3/4 majority, with the additional proviso that no less than 500 members of the National Assembly voted. They thereby only made the impotent attempt, still to exercise as a parliamentary minority, to which in their mind's eye they prophetically saw themselves reduced, a power that, at this very time, when they still disposed over the parliamentary majority and over all the machinery of government, was daily slipping from their weak hands. Finally, the Constitution entrusts itself for safekeeping, in a melodramatic paragraph, to the watchfulness and patriotism of the whole French people and of each individual Frenchman, after having just before, in another paragraph, entrusted the watchful and the patriotic themselves to the tender, inquisitorial attention of the High Court, instituted by itself. That was the Constitution of 1848, which, on the 2nd of December 1851, was not overthrown by one head, but tumbled down at the touch of a mere hat. Though, true enough, that hat was a 3-cornered Napoleon hat. While the bourgeois republicans were engaged in the assembly with the work of splicing this constitution, of discussing and voting, Cavaignac, on the outside, maintained the state of siege of Paris. The state of siege of Paris was the midwife of the Constitutional Assembly during its republican pains of travail. When the Constitution is later on swept off the earth by the bayonet, it should not be forgotten that it was by the bayonet likewise, and the bayonet turned against the people at that it had to be protected in its mother's womb, and that by the bayonet it had to be planted on earth. The ancestors of these honest republicans had caused their symbol, the tricolor, to make the tour of Europe. These, in their turn, also made a discovery, which all of itself found its way over the whole continent, but, with ever-renewed love, came back to France, until, by this time, it had acquired the right of citizenship in one half of her departments, the state of siege. A wondrous discovery this was, periodically applied at each succeeding crisis in the course of the French Revolution. But the barrack and the bivouac, thus periodically laid on the head of French society, to compress her brain and reduce her to quiet, the saber and the musket, periodically made to perform the functions of judges and of administrators, of guardians and of censors, of police officers and of watchmen. The military mustache and the soldier's jacket, periodically heralded as the highest wisdom and guiding stars of society, were not all of these, the barrack and the bivouac, the saber and the musket, the mustache and the soldier's jacket bound, in the end, to hit upon the idea that they might as well save society once and for all by proclaiming their own regime as supreme and relieve bourgeois society wholly of the care of ruling itself. The barrack and the bivouac, the saber and the musket, the mustache and the soldier's jacket were all the more bound to hit upon this idea, seeing that they could then also expect better cash payment for their increased deserts, while at the merely periodic stages of siege and the transitory savings of society at the behest of this or that bourgeois faction, very little solid matter fell to them except some dead and wounded, besides some friendly bourgeois grimaces. Should not the military, finally, in and for its own interest, play the game of state of siege and simultaneously besiege the bourgeois exchanges? Moreover, it must not be forgotten, and be it observed in passing, that Colonel Bernard, the same president of the military committee, who, under Cavaignac, helped to deport 15,000 insurgents without trial, moves at this period again at the head of the military committees now active in Paris. Although the honest, the pure Republicans built with the state of siege the nursery in which the Praetorian Guards of December 2nd, 1851 were to be reared, they, on the other hand, deserve praise in that, instead of exaggerating the feeling of patriotism as under Louis Philippe, now they themselves are in command of the national power, they crawl before foreign powers. Instead of making Italy free, they allow her to be reconquered by Austrians and Neapolitans. The election of Louis Bonaparte for president on December 10, 1848, put an end to the dictatorship of Cavaignac and to the Constitutional Assembly. In Article 44 of the Constitution, it is said, "The President of the French Republic must never have lost his status as a French citizen." The first President of the French Republic, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, had not only lost his status as a French citizen, had not only been an English special constable, but was even a naturalized Swiss citizen. In the previous chapter, I have explained the meaning of the election of December 10th. I shall not here return to it. Suffice it here to say that it was a reaction of the farmers' class, who had been expected to pay the costs of the February Revolution, against the other classes of the nation. It was a reaction of the country against the city. It met with great favor among the soldiers, to whom the Republicans of the National had brought neither fame nor funds, among the great bourgeoisie, who hailed Bonaparte as a bridge to the monarchy, and among the proletarians and small traders, who hailed him as the scourge to Cavaignac. I shall later have occasion to enter close into the relation of the farmers to the French Revolution. The epoch between December 20th, 1848, and the dissolution of the Constitutional Assembly in May 1849 embraces the history of the downfall of the bourgeois republicans. After they had founded a republic for the bourgeoisie, had driven the revolutionary proletariat from the field, and had meanwhile silenced the democratic middle class, they are themselves shoved aside by the mass of the bourgeoisie, who justly appropriated this republic as their property. This bourgeois mass was royalist, however. A part thereof, the large landed proprietors, had ruled under the Restoration, hence was legitimist. The other part, the aristocrats of finance and the large industrial capitalists, had ruled under the July monarchy, hence was Orleanist. The high functionaries of the army, of the university, of the church, in the civil service, of the academy, and of the press, divided themselves on both sides, although in unequal parts. Here, in the bourgeois republic, that bore neither the name of Bourbon nor of Orleans, but the name of capital, they had found the form of government under which they could all rule in common. Already the June insurrection had united them all into a party of order. The next thing to do was to remove the bourgeois republicans who still held their seats in the National Assembly. As brutally as these pure republicans had abused their own physical power against the people, so cowardly, low-spirited, disheartened, broken, powerless did they yield, now when the issue was the maintenance of their own republicanism and their own legislative rights against the executive power and the royalists. I need not here narrate the shameful history of their dissolution. It was not a downfall, it was extinction. Their history is at an end for all time. In the period that follows, they figure, whether within or without the assembly, only as memories. Memories that seem again to come to life as soon as the question is again only the word republic, and as often as the revolutionary conflict threatens to sink down to the lowest level. In passing, I might observe that the journal which gave to this party its name, the National, goes over to socialism during the following period. Before we close this period, we must look back upon the two powers, one of which destroys the other on December 2nd, 1851, while, from December 20th, 1848, down to the departure of the Constitutional Assembly, they live marital relations. We mean Louis Bonaparte, on the one hand, on the other, the party of the Allied Royalists, of order and of the large bourgeoisie. At the inauguration of his presidency, Bonaparte forthwith framed a ministry out of the party of order, at whose head he placed Odilon Barrot, be it noted, the old leader of the liberal wing of the parliamentary bourgeoisie. Mr. Barrot had finally hunted down a seat in the ministry, the spook of which had been pursuing him since 1830, and what is more, he had the chairmanship in this ministry, although not, as he had imagined under Louis Philippe, the promoted leader of the parliamentary opposition, but with the commission to kill a parliament, and, moreover, as an ally of all his arch-enemies, the Jesuits and the Legitimists. Finally, he leads the bride home, but only after she has been prostituted. As to Bonaparte, he seemed to eclipse himself completely. The party of order acted for him. Immediately at the first session of the ministry, the expedition to Rome was decided upon, which it was there agreed was to be carried out behind the back of the National Assembly, and the funds for which, it was equally agreed, were to be wrung from the Assembly under false pretenses. Thus the start was made with a swindle on the National Assembly, together with a secret conspiracy with the absolute foreign powers against the revolutionary Roman Republic. In the same way, and with a similar maneuver, did Bonaparte prepare his stroke of December 2nd against the Royalist legislature and its constitutional republic. Let it not be forgotten that the same party which, on December 20th, 1848, constituted Bonaparte's ministry, constituted also, on December 2nd, 1851, the majority of the Legislative National Assembly. In August, the Constitutive Assembly decided not to dissolve until it had prepared and promulgated a whole series of organic laws intended to supplement the Constitution. The party of order proposed to the Assembly, through Representative Rateau, on January 6, 1849, to let the organic laws go, and rather to order its own dissolution. Not the ministry alone, with Mr. Odilon Barrot at its head, but all the Royalist members of the National Assembly were also at this time hectoring to it that its dissolution was necessary for the restoration of the public credit, for the consolidation of order, to put an end to the existing uncertain and provisional, and establish a definite state of things. They claimed that its continued existence hindered the effectiveness of the new government, that it sought to prolong its life out of pure malice, and that the country was tired of it. Bonaparte took notice of all these invectives hurled at the legislative power, he learned them by heart, and on December 21st, 1851, he showed the parliamentary royalists that he had learned from them. He repeated their own slogans against themselves. The Barrot ministry and the party of order went further. They called all over France for petitions to the National Assembly, in which that body was politely requested to disappear. Thus, they led the people's unorganic masses to the fray against the National Assembly, i.e., the constitutionally organized expression of people itself. They taught Bonaparte to appeal from the parliamentary body to the people. Finally, On January 29th, 1849, the day arrived when the Constitutional Assembly was to decide about its own dissolution. On that day, the body found its building occupied by the military. Changarnier, the general of the Party of Order, in whose hands was joined the supreme command of both the National Guards and the regulars, held that day a great military review, as though a battle were imminent, and the coalized royalists declared threateningly to the Constitutional Assembly that force would be applied if it did not act willingly. It was willing, and chaffered only for a very short respite. What else was the 29th of January, 1849, than the coup d'etat of December 2nd, 1851, only executed by royalists with Napoleon's aid against the Republican National Assembly? These gentlemen did not notice, or did not want to notice, that Napoleon utilized the 29th of January, 1849, to cause a part of the troops to file before him in front of the Tuileries, and that he seized with avidity this very first open exercise of the military against the parliamentary power in order to hint at Caligula. The allied royalists saw only their own Changarnier. Another reason that particularly moved the Party of Order forcibly to shorten the term of the Constitutional Assembly were the organic laws, the laws that were to supplement the Constitution, as, for instance, the laws on education, on religion, etc. The Allied Royalists had every interest in framing these laws themselves, and not allowing them to be framed by the already suspicious Republicans. Among these organic laws there was, however, one on the responsibility of the President to the Republic. In 1851, the legislature was just engaged in framing such a law when Bonaparte forestalled that political stroke by his own of December 2nd. What would not the coalized royalists have given in their winter parliamentary campaign of 1851 had they but found this responsibility law ready-made and framed at that by the suspicious, the vicious Republican Assembly? After, on January 29, 1849, the Constitutive Assembly had itself broken its last weapon, the Barrot Ministry and the Friends of Order harassed it to death, left nothing undone to humiliate it, and wrung from its weakness, despairing of itself, laws that cost it the last vestige of respect with the public. Bonaparte, occupied with his own fixed Napoleonic idea, was audacious enough openly to exploit this degradation of the parliamentary power. When the National Assembly, on May 8, 1849, passed a vote of censure upon the ministry on account of the occupation of Civita Vecchia by the Oudinot, and ordered that the Roman expedition be brought back to its alleged purpose, Bonaparte published that same evening in the Monitor a letter to Oudinot, in which he congratulated him on his heroic feats, and already, in contrast with the quill-pushing parliamentarians, posed as the generous protector of the army. The royalists smiled at this. They took him simply for their dupe. Finally, as Marrast, the president of the Constitutional Assembly, believed on a certain occasion the safety of the body to be in danger, and, resting on the Constitution, made a requisition upon a colonel, together with his regiment, the colonel refused obedience, took refuge behind the discipline, and referred Marrast to Changarnier, who scornfully set him off with the remark that he did not like intelligent bayonets. In November 1851, as the coalized royalists wanted to begin the decisive struggle with Bonaparte, they sought, by means of the notorious Quaestor's Bill, to enforce the principle of the right of the President of the National Assembly to issue direct requisitions for troops. One of their generals, Leflo, supported the motion. In vain did Changarnier vote for it, or did Thiers render homage to the cautious wisdom of the late Constitutional Assembly. The Minister of War, Saint Arnaud, answered him as Changarnier had answered Marrast, and he did so amidst the plaudits of the mountain. Thus did the party of order itself, when as yet it was not the National Assembly, when as yet it was only a ministry, brand the parliamentary regime. And yet this party objects vociferously when the 2nd of December, 1851, banishes that regime from France. We wish it a happy journey. Chapter 3. On May 29, 1849, the Legislative National Assembly convened. On December 2, 1851, it was broken up. This period embraces the term of the constitutional or parliamentary republic. In the First French Revolution, upon the reign of the Constitutionalists succeeds that of the Girondins, and upon the reign of the Girondins follows that of the Jacobins. Each of these parties in succession rests upon its more advanced element. So soon as it has carried the revolution far enough, not being able to keep pace with, much less march ahead of it, it is shoved aside by its more daring allies, who stand behind it, and it is sent to the guillotine. Thus the revolution moves along an upward line. Just the reverse in 1848. The Proletarian Party appears as an appendage to the Small Traders or Democratic Party. It is betrayed by the latter and allowed to fall on April 16, May 15, and in the June days. In its turn, the Democratic Party leans upon the shoulders of the bourgeois Republicans. Barely do the bourgeois Republicans believe themselves firmly in power, that they shake off these troublesome associates for the purpose of themselves leaning upon the shoulders of the party of order. The party of order draws in its shoulders, lets the bourgeois Republicans tumble down heels over head, and throws itself upon the shoulders of the armed power. Finally, still of the mind that it is sustained by the shoulders of the armed power, the party of order notices one fine morning that these shoulders have turned into bayonets. Each party kicks backward at those who are pushing forward, and leans forward upon those that are crowding backward. No wonder that, in this ludicrous posture, each loses its balance, and, after having cut the unavoidable grimaces, breaks down amid singular somersaults. Accordingly, the revolution moves along a downward line. It finds itself in this retreating motion before the last February barricade is cleared away, and the first governmental authority of the revolution has been constituted. The period we now have before us embraces the motliest jumble of crying contradictions. Constitutionalists, who openly conspire against the Constitution, revolutionists, who admittedly are constitutional, a National Assembly that wishes to be omnipotent, yet remains parliamentary, a mountain that finds its occupation in submission, that parries its present defeats with prophecies of future victories, and are compelled by the situation to uphold abroad the hostile monarchic houses whose adherents they are, while in France they support the republic that they hate. An executive power that finds its strength in its very weakness, and its dignity in the contempt that it inspires. A republic that is nothing else than the combined infamy of two monarchies, the Restoration and the July monarchy, with an imperial label. Unions, whose first clause is disunion. Struggles, whose first law is indecision. In the name of peace, barren and hollow agitation. In the name of revolution, solemn sermonizings on peace, passions without truth, truths without passion, heroes without heroism, history without events. Development, whose only moving force seems to be the calendar, and tiresome by the constant reiteration of the same tensions and relaxes. Contrasts that seem to intensify themselves periodically only in order to wear themselves off and collapse without a solution. Pretentious efforts made for show, and bourgeois frights at the danger of the destruction of the world, simultaneous with the carrying on of the pettiest intrigues and the performance of court comedies by the world's saviors, who, in their laissez-aller, recall the Day of Judgment not so much as the days of the Fronde. The official collective genius of France brought to shame by the artful stupidity of a single individual, the collective will of the nation, as often as it speaks through the general suffrage, seeking its true expression in the prescriptive enemies of the public interests, until it finally finds in it the arbitrary will of a filibuster. If ever a slice from history is drawn black upon black, it is this. Men and events appear as reversed schlemmels, as shadows, the bodies of which have been lost. The revolution itself paralyzes its own apostles, and equips only its adversaries with passionate violence. When the red spectre, constantly conjured up and exorcised by the counter-revolutionists, finally does appear, it does not appear with the anarchist Phrygian cap on its head, but in the uniform of order, in the red breeches of the French soldier. We saw that the ministry, which Bonaparte installed on December 20th, 1849, the day of his ascension, was a ministry of the party of order, of the Legitimist and Orleanist coalition. The Barrot-Falloux ministry had weathered the Republican Constitutive Convention, whose term of life it had shortened with more or less violence, and found itself still at the helm. Changarnier, the general of the Allied Royalists, continued to unite in his person the command-in-chief of the 1st Military Division and of the Parisian National Guard. Finally, the general elections had secured the large majority in the National Assembly to the party of order. Here, the deputies and peers of Louis-Philippe met a saintly crowd of Legitimists, for whose benefit numerous ballots of the nation had been converted into admission tickets to the political stage. The Bonapartist representatives were too thinly sewed to be able to build an independent parliamentary party. They appeared only as a practical joke played upon the party of order. Thus, the party of order was in possession of the government, of the army, and of the legislative body, in short, of the total power of the state, morally strengthened by the general elections that caused their sovereignty to appear as the will of the people, and by the simultaneous victory of the counter-revolution on the whole continent of Europe. Never did a party open its campaign with larger means at its disposal and under more favorable auspices. The shipwrecked pure republicans found themselves in the Legislative National Assembly, melted down to a clique of 50 men, with the African generals Cavaignac, Lamoricière, and Baudot at its head. The great opposition party was, however, formed by the Mountain. This parliamentary baptismal name was given to itself by the Social Democratic Party. It disposed of more than 200 votes out of the 750 in the National Assembly, and, hence, was at least just as powerful as any one of the three factions of the party of order. Its relative minority to the total royalist coalition seemed counterbalanced by special circumstances. Not only did the departmental election returns show that it had gained a considerable following among the rural population, but furthermore, it numbered almost all of the Paris deputies in its camp. The army had, by the election of 300 under-officers, made a confession of democratic faith, and the leader of the Mountain, Ledru-Rollin, had, in contrast to all the representatives of the party of order, been raised to the rank of parliamentary nobility by 5 departments, who combined their suffrages upon him. Accordingly, in view of the inevitable collisions of the royalists among themselves, on the one hand, and of the whole party of order with Bonaparte, on the other, the Mountain seemed on May 29, 1849, to have before it all the elements of success. A fortnight later, it had lost everything, its honor included. Before we follow this parliamentary history any further, a few observations are necessary in order to avoid certain common deceptions concerning the whole character of the epoch that lies before us. According to the view of the Democrats, the issue, during the period of the Legislative National Assembly, was, the same as during the period of the Constitutive Assembly, simply the struggle between Republicans and Royalists. The movement itself was summed up by them in the catchword reaction. Night, in which all cats are gray, and allows them to drawl out their drowsy commonplaces. Indeed, at first sight, the Party of Order represents the appearance of a tangle of royalist factions that not only intrigue against each other, each aiming to raise its own pretender to the throne and exclude the pretender of the opposite party, but also are all united in a common hatred for and common attacks against the Republic. On its side, the Mountain appears, in contradistinction to the Royalist conspiracy, as the representative of the Republic, which neither more or less than in Prussia is directed against the press, the right of association and the like, and is enforced by brutal police interventions on the part of the bureaucracy, the police, and the public prosecutor, just as in Prussia. The Mountain, on the contrary, is engaged with equal assiduity in parrying these attacks, and thus in defending the eternal rights of man, as every so-called People's Party has more or less done for the last 150 years. At a closer inspection, however, of the situation and of the parties, this superficial appearance, which veils the class struggle, together with a particular physiognomy of the period, vanishes wholly. Legitimists and Orleanists constituted, as said before, the two large factions of the Party of Order. What held these two factions to their respective pretenders, and inversely kept them apart from each other, what else was it but the lily and the tricolor, the House of Bourbon and the House of Orleans, different shades of royalty? Under the Bourbons, large landed property ruled together with its parsons and lackeys. Under the Orleanists, it was the high finance, large industry, large commerce, i.e., capital, with its retinue of lawyers, professors, and orators. The legitimate kingdom was but the political expression for the hereditary rule of the landlords, as the July monarchy was but the political expression for the usurped rule of the bourgeois upstarts. What, accordingly, kept these two factions apart was no so-called set of principles, it was their material conditions for life. Two different sorts of property. It was the old antagonism of the city and the country, the rivalry between capital and landed property. That simultaneously old recollections, personal animosities, fears and hopes, prejudices and illusions, sympathies and antipathies, convictions, faith and principles bound these factions to one house or the other. Who denies it? Upon the several forms of property, upon the social conditions of existence, a whole superstructure is reared of various and peculiarly shaped feelings, illusions, habits of thought, and conceptions of life. The whole class produces and shapes these out of its material foundation and out of the corresponding social conditions. The individual unit to whom they flow through tradition and education may fancy that they constitute the true reasons for and premises of his conduct. Although Orleanists and Legitimists, each of these factions sought to make itself and the other believe that what kept the two apart was the attachment of each to its respective royal house. Nevertheless, facts proved later that it rather was their divided interest that forbade the union of the two royal houses. As, in private life, the distinction is made between what a man thinks of himself and says, and that which he really is and does, so, all the more, must the phrases and notions of parties in historic struggle be distinguished from the real organism, and their real interests, their notions, and their reality. Orleanists and Legitimists found themselves in the Republic beside each other with equal claims, each side wishing, in opposition to the other, to carry out the restoration of its own royal house, meant nothing else than that each of the two great interests into which the bourgeoisie is divided, land and capital, sought to restore its own supremacy and the subordinacy of the other. We speak of two bourgeois interests because large landed property, despite its feudal coquetry and pride of race, has become completely bourgeois through the development of modern society. Thus did the Tories of England long fancy that they were enthusiastic for the kingdom and the church and the beauties of the old English constitution, until the day of danger wrung from them the admission that their enthusiasm was only for ground rent. The coalized royalists carried on their intrigues against each other in the press, in Ems and Clermont, outside of the Parliament. Behind the scenes, they don against their old Orleanist and Legitimist liveries, and conduct their old tourneys. On the public stage, however, in their public acts, as a great parliamentary party, they dispose of their respective royal houses with mere courtesies, adjourn in infinitum the restoration of the monarchy. Their real business is transacted as the party of order, i.e., under a social, not a political title, as representatives of the bourgeois social system, not as knights of traveling princesses, but as the bourgeois class against the other classes, not as royalists against republicans. Indeed, as party of order, they exercised a more unlimited and harder dominion over the other classes of society than ever before, either under the Restoration or the July monarchy, a thing possible only under a form of a parliamentary republic, because under this form alone could the two large divisions of the French bourgeoisie be united. In other words, only under this form could they place on the order of business the sovereignty of their class, in lieu of the regime of a privileged faction of the same. If, this notwithstanding, they are seen as the party of order to insult the Republic and express their antipathy for it, it happened not out of royalist traditions only. Instinct taught them that while, indeed, the Republic completes their authority, it, at the same time, undermined their social foundation, in that, without intermediary, without the mask of the crown, without being able to turn aside the national interest by means of its subordinate struggles among its own conflicting elements and with the crown, the Republic is compelled to stand up sharp against the subjugated classes and wrestle with them. It was a sense of weakness that caused them to recoil before the unqualified demands of their own class rule, and to retreat from the less complete, less developed, and for that very reason, less dangerous forms of the same. As often, on the contrary, as the allied royalists came into conflict with the pretender who stands before them, with Bonaparte, as often as they believed their parliamentary omnipotence to be endangered by the executive, in other words, as often as they must trot out the political title of their authority, they step up as republicans, not as royalists. And this is done from the Orleanist Thiers, who warns the National Assembly that the Republic divides them least, down to the Legitimist Barrier, who, on December 2nd, 1851, the scarf of the tricolor around him, harangues the people assembled before the mayor's building of the 10th arrondissement, as a tribute in the name of the Republic. The echo, however, derisively answering back to him, Henry V, Henry V, who was the candidate of the Bourbon, or Legitimist, to the throne. However, against the allied bourgeois, a coalition was made between the small traders and the working men, the so-called Social Democratic Party. The small traders found themselves ill-rewarded after the June days of 1848. They saw their material interests endangered, and the democratic guarantees that were to uphold their interests made doubtful. Hence, they drew closer to the working men. On the other hand, their parliamentary representatives, the Mountain, after being shoved aside during the dictatorship of the bourgeois republicans, had, during the last half of the term of the Constitutive Convention, regained their lost popularity through the struggle with Bonaparte and the royalist ministers. They had made an alliance with the socialist leaders. During February 1849, reconciliation banquets were held. A common program was drafted, joint election committees were impaneled, and fusion candidates were set up. The revolutionary point was thereby broken off from the social demands of the proletariat and a democratic turn given them, while, from the democratic claims of the small traders class, the mere political form was rubbed off and the socialist point was pushed forward. Thus came the social democracy about. The new mountain, the result of this combination, contained, with the exception of some figures from the working class and some socialist sectarians, the identical elements of the old mountain, only numerically stronger. In the course of events it had, however, changed, together with the class that it represented. The peculiar character of the social democracy is summed up in this: that democratic republican institutions are demanded as the means, not to remove the two extremes, capital and wage slavery, but in order to weaken their antagonism and transform them into a harmonious whole. However different the methods may be that are proposed for the accomplishment of this object, however much the object itself may be festooned with more or less revolutionary fancies, the substance remains the same. This substance is the transformation of society upon democratic lines, but a transformation within the boundaries of the small traders' class. No one must run away with the narrow notion that the small traders' class means on principle to enforce a selfish class interest. It believes rather that the special conditions for its own emancipation are the general conditions upon which alone modern society can be saved and the class struggle avoided. Likewise, we must avoid running away with the notion that the democratic representatives are all shopkeepers or enthused for these. They may, by education and individual standing, be as distant from them as heaven is from earth. That which makes them representatives of the small traders' class is not that they intellectually leap the bounds which the class itself does not leap in practical life. That, consequently, they are theoretically driven to the same problems and solutions, to which material interests and social standing practically drive the latter. Such, in fact, is at all times the relation of the political and the literary representatives of a class to the class they represent. After the foregoing explanations, it goes without saying that, while the mountain is constantly wrestling for the Republic and the so-called rights of man, neither the Republic nor the rights of man is its real goal, as little as an army, whose weapons it is sought to deprive it of, and that defends itself, steps on the field of battle simply in order to remain in possession of implements of warfare. The party of order provoked the mountain immediately upon the convening of the assembly. The bourgeoisie now felt the necessity of disposing of the democratic small traders' class, just as a year before it had understood the necessity of putting an end to the revolutionary proletariat. But the position of the foe had changed. The strength of the proletarian party was on the streets. That of the small traders' class was in the National Assembly itself. The point was, accordingly, to wheel them out of the National Assembly into the street, and to have them break their parliamentary power themselves, before time and opportunity could consolidate them. The mountain jumped with loose reins into the trap. The bombardment of Rome by the French troops was the bait thrown at the mountain. It violated Article 5 of the Constitution, which forbade the French Republic to use its forces against the liberties of other nations. Besides, Article 4 forbade all declaration of war by the executive without the consent of the National Assembly. Furthermore, the Constitutive Assembly had censured the Roman expedition by its resolution of May 8. Upon these grounds, Ledru-Rollin submitted on June 11, 1849, a motion impeaching Bonaparte and his ministers. Instigated by the wasp stings of Thiers, he even allowed himself to be carried away to the point of threatening to defend the Constitution by all means, even arms in hand. The Mountain rose as one man and repeated the challenge. On June 12th, the National Assembly rejected the notion to impeach, and the Mountain left the Parliament. The events of June 13 are known. The proclamation by a part of the Mountain pronouncing Napoleon and his ministers outside the pale of the Constitution. The street parades of the Democratic National Guards, who, unarmed as they were, flew apart at contact with the troops of Changarnier, etc., etc. Part of the Mountain fled abroad, another part was assigned to the High Court of Bourges, and the parliamentary regulation placed the rest under the schoolmaster supervision of the President of the National Assembly. Paris was again put under a state of siege, and the democratic portion of the National Guards was disbanded. Thus, the influence of the Mountain in Parliament was broken, together with the power of the small traders' class in Paris. Lyon, where the 13th of June had given the signal to a bloody labor uprising, was, together with the 5 surrounding departments, likewise pronounced in a state of siege, a condition that continues down to this moment. The bulk of the Mountain had left its vanguard in the lurch by refusing their signatures to the proclamation. The press had deserted, only 2 papers dared to publish the pronunciamiento. The small traders had betrayed their representatives. The National Guard stayed away, or, where they did turn up, hindered the raising of barricades. The representatives had duped the small traders. Nowhere were the alleged affiliated members from the army to be seen. Finally, instead of gathering strength from them, the Democratic Party had infected the proletariat with its own weakness, and, as usual with democratic feats, the leaders had the satisfaction of charging their people with desertion, and the people had the satisfaction of charging their leaders with fraud. Seldom was an act announced with greater noise than the campaign contemplated by the Mountain. Seldom was an event trumpeted ahead with more certainty and longer beforehand than the inevitable victory of the democracy. This is evident. The Democrats believe in the trombones before whose blasts the walls of Jericho fall together. As often as they stand before the walls of despotism, they seek to imitate the miracle. If the Mountain wished to win in Parliament, it should not appeal to arms. If it called to arms in Parliament, it should not conduct itself parliamentary on the street. If the friendly demonstration was meant seriously, it was silly not to foresee that it would meet with a warlike reception. If it was intended for actual war, it was rather original to lay aside the weapons with which war had to be conducted. But the revolutionary weapons of the middle class and of their democratic representatives are mere attempts to frighten an adversary. When they have run themselves into a blind alley, when they have sufficiently compromised themselves and are compelled to execute their threats, the thing is done in a hesitating manner that avoids nothing so much as the means to the end and catches at pretext to succumb. The bray of the overture that announces the fray is lost in a timid growl so soon as this is to start. The actors cease to take themselves seriously, and the performance falls flat like an inflated balloon that is pricked with a needle. No party exaggerates to itself the means at its disposal more than the Democratic. None deceives itself with greater heedlessness on the situation. A part of the army voted for it. Thereupon the Mountain is of the opinion that the army would revolt in its favor. And by what occasion? By an occasion that, from the standpoint of the troops, meant nothing else than that the revolutionary soldiers should take the part of the soldiers of Rome against French soldiers. On the other hand, the memory of June 1848 was still too fresh not to keep alive a deep aversion on the part of the proletariat towards the National Guard, and a strong feeling of mistrust on the part of the leaders of the secret societies for the democratic leaders. In order to balance these differences, great common interests at stake were needed. The violation of an abstract constitutional paragraph could not supply such interests. Had not the Constitution been repeatedly violated, according to the assurances of the Democrats themselves? Had not the most popular papers branded them as a counter-revolutionary artifice? But the Democrat, by reason of his representing the middle class, that is to say, a transition class, in which the interests of the other two classes are mutually dulled, imagines himself above all class contrast. The Democrats grant that opposed to them stands the privileged class, but they, together with the whole remaining mass of the nation, constitute the people. What they represent is the people's rights. Their interests are the people's interests. Hence, they do not consider that, at an impending struggle, they need to examine the interests and attitudes of the different classes. They need not too seriously weigh their own means. All they have to do is give the signal in order to have the people fall upon the oppressors with all its inexhaustible resources. If, thereupon, in the execution, their interests turn out to be uninteresting, and their power to be impotence, it is ascribed either to depraved sophists who split up the indivisible people into several hostile camps, or to the army being too far brutalized and blinded to appreciate the pure aims of the democracy as its own best, or to some detail in the execution that wrecks the whole plan, or, finally, to an unforeseen accident that spoiled the game this time. At all events, the Democrat comes out of the disgraceful defeat as immaculate as he went innocently into it, and with the refreshed conviction that he must win, not that he himself and his party must give up their old standpoint, but that, on the contrary, conditions must come to his aid. For all this, one must not picture to himself the decimated, broken, and by the new parliamentary regulation humbled mountain altogether too unhappy. If June 13 removed its leaders, it, on the other hand, made room for new ones of inferior capacity who are flattered by their new position. If their impotence in Parliament could no longer be doubted, they were now justified to limit their activity to outbursts of moral indignation. If the party of order pretended to see in them, as the last official representatives of the revolution, all the horrors of anarchy incarnated, they were free to appear all the more flat and modest in reality. Over June 13, they consoled themselves with the profound expression, "If they but dare to assail universal suffrage, then we will show them who we are." We shall see. As to the mountaineers who had fled abroad, it suffices here to say that Ledru Rollin, he having accomplished the feat of hopelessly ruining, in barely a fortnight, the powerful party at whose head he stood, found himself called upon to build up a French government in partibus. That his figure, at a distance, removed from the field of action, seemed to gain in size in the measure that the level of the revolution sank, and the official prominences of official France became more and more dwarfish. That he could figure as Republican pretender of 1852, and periodically issue to the Wallachians and other peoples circulars in which the despot of the continent is threatened with the feats that he and his allies had in contemplation. Was Proudhon wholly wrong when he cried to these gentlemen, "You are nothing but fakirs"? The party of order had, on June 13, not only broken up the mountain, it had also established the subordination of the Constitution to the majority decisions of the National Assembly. So indeed did the Republic understand it, to wit, that the bourgeois ruled here in parliamentary form, without, as in the monarchy, finding a check in the veto of the executive power, or the liability of Parliament to dissolution. It was a parliamentary republic, as Thiers styled it. But if, on June 13, the bourgeoisie secured its omnipotence within the Parliament building, did it not also strike the Parliament itself, as against the executive and the people, with incurable weakness by excluding its most powerful part? By giving up numerous deputies, without further ceremony, to the mercies of the public prosecutor, it abolished its own parliamentary inviolability. The humiliating regulation that it subjected the Mountain to raised the President of the Republic in the same measure that it lowered the individual representatives of the people. By branding an insurrection in defense of the Constitution as anarchy, and as a deed looking to the overthrow of society, it interdicted to itself all appeal to insurrection whenever the executive should violate the Constitution against it. And, indeed, the irony of history wills it that the very general who by order of Bonaparte bombarded Rome, and thus gave the immediate occasion to the constitutional riot of June 13, that Oudinot, on December 22, 1851, is one imploringly and vainly to be offered to the people by the party of order as the general of the Constitution. Another hero of June 13, Vieira, who earned praise from the tribune of the National Assembly for the brutalities that he had committed in the democratic newspaper offices at the head of a gang of National Guards in the hire of the high finance, this identical Vieira was initiated in the conspiracy of Bonaparte and contributed materially in cutting off all protection that could come to the National Assembly in the hour of its agony from the side of the National Guard. June 13 had still another meaning. The Mountain had wanted to place Bonaparte under charges. Their defeat was, accordingly, a direct victory of Bonaparte. It was his personal triumph over his democratic enemies. The party of order fought for the victory. Bonaparte needed only to pocket it. He did so. On June 14, a proclamation was to be read on the walls of Paris wherein the president, as it were, without his connivance, against his will, driven by the mere force of circumstances, steps forward from his cloisterly seclusion like misjudged virtue, complains of the calumnies of his antagonists, and, while seeming to identify his own person with the cause of order, rather identifies the cause of order with his own person. Besides this, the National Assembly had subsequently approved the expedition against Rome. Bonaparte, however, had taken the initiative in the affair. After he had led the high priest Samuel back into the Vatican, he could hope as King David to occupy the Tuileries. He had won the parson interests over to himself. The riot of June 13 limited itself, as we have seen, to a peaceful street procession. There were, consequently, no laurels to be won from it. Nevertheless, in those days, poor in heroes and events, the party of order converted this bloodless battle into a second Austerlitz. Tribune and press lauded the army as the power of order against the popular multitude and the impotence of anarchy, and Shanghai Nie as the bulwark of society, a mystification that he finally believed in himself. Underhand, however, the corps that seemed doubtful were removed from Paris. The regiments whose suffrage had turned out most democratic were banished from France to Algiers. The restless heads among the troops were consigned to penal quarters. Finally, the shutting out of the press from the barracks and of the barracks from contact with the citizens was systematically carried out. We stand here at the critical turning point in the history of the French National Guard. In 1830, it had decided the downfall of the Restoration. Under Louis Philippe, every riot failed at which the National Guard stood at the side of the troops. When, in the February days of 1848, it showed itself passive against the uprising and doubtful towards Louis Philippe himself, he gave himself up for lost. Thus the conviction cast root that a revolution could not win without, nor the army against, the National Guard. This was the superstitious faith of the army in bourgeois omnipotence. The June days of 1848, when the whole National Guard, jointly with the regular troops, threw down the insurrection, had confirmed the superstition. After the inauguration of Bonaparte's administration, the position of the National Guard sank somewhat through the unconstitutional joining of their command with the command of the 1st Military Division in the person of Changarnier. As the command of the National Guard appeared here merely an attribute of the military commander-in-chief, so did the National Guard appear only as an appendage of the regular troops. Finally, on June 13, the National Guard was broken up, not through its partial dissolution only, that from that date forward was periodically repeated at all points of France, leaving only wrecks of its former self behind. The demonstration of June 13 was, above all, a demonstration of the National Guards. True, they had not carried their arms, but they had carried their uniforms against the army, and the talisman lay just in these uniforms. The army then learned that this uniform was but a woolen rag, like any other. The spell was broken. In the June days of 1848, bourgeoisie and small traders were united as National Guard with the army against the proletariat. On June 13, 1849, the bourgeoisie had the small traders' National Guard broken up. On December 2nd, 1851, the National Guard of the bourgeoisie itself vanished, and Bonaparte attested the fact when he subsequently signed the decree for its disbandment. Thus, the bourgeoisie had itself broken its last weapon against the army, from the moment when the small traders' class no longer stood as a vassal behind, but as a rebel before it. Indeed, it was bound to do so, as it was bound to destroy with its own hand all means of defense against absolutism, so soon as itself was absolute. In the meantime, the Party of Order celebrated the recovery of a power that seemed lost in 1848, only in order that, freed from its trammels in 1849, it be found again through invectives against the Republic and the Constitution, through the malediction of all future, present, and past revolutions, the one included which its own leaders had made, and, finally, in laws by which the press was gagged, the right of association destroyed, and the state of siege regulated as an organic institution. The National Assembly then adjourned from the middle of August to the middle of October, after it had appointed a permanent committee for the period of its absence. During these vacations, the Legitimists intrigued with Ems, the Orleanists with Clermont, Bonaparte through princely excursions, the departmental councilmen in conferences over the revision of the Constitution. Occurrences, all of which recurred regularly at the periodical vacations of the National Assembly, and upon which I shall not enter until they have matured into events. Be here only observed that the National Assembly was impolitic in vanishing from the stage for long intervals, and leaving in view, at the head of the Republic, only one, however sorry, figure, Louis Bonaparte. While, to the public scandal, the Party of Order broke up into its own royalist component parts that pursued their conflicting aspirations after the Restoration. As often as, during these vacations, the confusing noise of the Parliament was hushed, and its body was dissolved in the nation, it was unmistakably shown that only one thing was still wanting to complete the true figure of the Republic: to make the vacation of the National Assembly permanent, and substitute its inscription, Liberty, Equality, Fraternity, by the unequivocal words, Infantry, Cavalry, Artillery. Chapter 4. The National Assembly reconvened in the middle of October. On November 1st, Bonaparte surprised it with a message in which he announced the dismissal of the Barofalo ministry and the framing of a new. Never have lackeys been chased from service with less ceremony than Bonaparte did his ministers. The kicks, that were eventually destined for the National Assembly, Barrow and company received in the meantime. The Barrow ministry was, as we have seen, composed of Legitimists and Orleanists. It was a ministry of the party of order. Bonaparte needed that ministry in order to dissolve the Republican Constituent Assembly, to effect the expedition against Rome, and to break up the Democratic Party. He had seemingly eclipsed himself behind this ministry, yielded the reins to the hands of the party of order, and assumed the modest mask which, under Louis Philippe, had been worn by the responsible overseer of the newspapers, the mask of man of straw. Now he threw off the mask, it being no longer the light curtain behind which he could conceal, but the iron mask, which prevented him from revealing his own physiognomy. He had instituted the Barrow ministry in order to break up the Republican National Assembly in the name of the party of order. He now dismissed it in order to declare his own name independent of the Parliament of the party of order. There was no want of plausible pretexts for this dismissal. The Barrow ministry had neglected even the forms of decency that would have allowed the President of the Republic to appear as a power along with the National Assembly. For instance, during the vacation of the National Assembly, Bonaparte published a letter to Edgar Ney in which he seemed to disapprove the liberal attitude of the Pope, just as, in opposition to the Constitutive Assembly, he had published a letter in which he praised Dudernat for his attack upon the Roman Republic. When the National Assembly came to vote on the budget for the Roman expedition, Victor Hugo, out of pretended liberalism, brought up the letter for discussion. The party of order drowned this notion of Bonaparte's under exclamations of contempt and incredulity, as though notions of Bonaparte could not possibly have any political weight, and none of the ministers took up the gauntlet for him. On another occasion, Barrow, with his well-known hollow pathos, dropped from the Speaker's tribune in the Assembly words of indignation upon the abominable machinations which, according to him, went on in the immediate vicinity of the President. Finally, while the ministry obtained from the National Assembly a widow's pension for the Duchess of Orleans, it denied every motion to raise the presidential civil list. And in Bonaparte, be it always remembered, the imperial pretender was so closely blended with the impecunious adventurer that the great idea of his being destined to restore the empire was ever supplemented by that other, to wit, that the French people were destined to pay his debts. The Barrow-Falloux ministry was the first and last parliamentary ministry that Bonaparte called into life. Its dismissal marks, accordingly, a decisive period. With the ministry, the party of order lost, never to regain, an indispensable post to the maintenance of the parliamentary regime, the handle to the executive power. It is readily understood that in a country like France, where the executive disposes over an army of more than 500,000 office holders, and consequently keeps permanently a large mass of interests and existences in the completest dependence upon itself, where the government surrounds, controls, regulates, supervises and guards society from its mightiest acts of national life down to its most insignificant motions, from its common life down to the private life of each individual, where, due to such extraordinary centralization, this body of parasites acquires a ubiquity and omniscience, a quickened capacity for motion and rapidity that finds an analogue only in the helpless lack of self-reliance, in the unstrung weakness of the body social itself. That in such a country the National Assembly lost, with the control of the ministerial posts, all real influence, unless it simultaneously simplified the administration, if possible, reduced the army of office holders, and finally allowed society and public opinion to establish its own organs, independent of government censorship. But the material interest of the French bourgeoisie is most intimately bound up in the maintenance of just such a large and extensively ramified governmental machine. There, the bourgeoisie provides for its own superfluous membership, and supplies, in the shape of government salaries what it cannot pocket in the form of profit, interest, rent, and fees. On the other hand, its political interests daily compel it to increase the power of repression, i.e., the means and the personnel of the government. It is at the same time forced to conduct an uninterrupted warfare against public opinion, and full of suspicion, to hamstring and lame the independent organs of society whenever it does not succeed in amputating them wholly. Thus the bourgeoisie of France was forced by its own class attitude, on the one hand, to destroy the conditions of all parliamentary power, its own included, and, on the other, to render irresistible the executive power that stood hostile to it. The new ministry was called the Déhauptpoul ministry. Not that General Déhauptpoul had gained the rank of ministerial president. Along with Barrot, Bonaparte abolished this dignity, which, it must be granted, condemned the President of the Republic to the legal nothingness of a constitutional kind, of a constitutional king at that, without throne and crown, without scepter and without sword, without irresponsibility, without the imperishable possession of the highest dignity in the state, and what was most untowards of all, without a civil list. The Déhauptpoul ministry numbered only one man of parliamentary reputation, the Jew Fould, one of the most notorious members of the high finance. To him fell the portfolio of finance. Turn to the Paris stock quotations, and it will be found that from November 1st, 1849, French stocks fall and rise with the falling and rising of the Bonapartist shares. While Bonaparte had thus found his ally in the Bourse, he at the same time took possession of the police through the appointment of Carlier as prefect of police. But the consequences of the change of ministry could reveal themselves only in the course of events. So far, Bonaparte had taken only one step forward, to be all the more glaringly driven back. Upon his harsh message followed the most servile declarations of submissiveness to the National Assembly. As often as the ministers made timid appearances to introduce his own personal hobbies as bills, they themselves seemed unwilling and compelled only by their position to run the comic errands of whose futility they were convinced in advance. As often as Bonaparte blabbed out his plans behind the backs of his ministers and sported his Napoleonic ideas, his own ministers disavowed him from the Speaker's tribune in the National Assembly. His aspirations after usurpation seemed to become audible only to the end that the ironical laughter of his adversaries should not die out. He deported himself like an unappreciated genius whom the world takes for a simpleton. Never did lie enjoy in fullest measure the contempt of all classes than at this period. Never did the bourgeoisie rule more absolutely. Never did it more boastfully display the insignia of sovereignty. It is not here my purpose to write the history of its legislative activity, which is summed up in two laws passed during this period: the law re-establishing the duty on wine, and the laws on education to suppress infidelity. While the drinking of wine was made difficult to the Frenchmen, all the more bounteously was the water of pure life poured out to them. Although in the law on the duty of wine the bourgeoisie declares the old hated French tariff system to be inviolable, it sought, by means of the laws on education, to secure the old goodwill of the masses that made the former bearable. One wonders to see the Orleanists, the liberal bourgeois, those old apostles of Voltairianism and of eclectic philosophy, entrusting the supervision of the French intellect to their hereditary enemies, the Jesuits. But while Orleanists and Legitimists could part company on the question of the pretender to the crown, they understood full well that their joint reign dictated the joining of the means of oppression of two distinct epochs, that the means of subjugation of the July monarchy had to be supplemented with, and strengthened by, the means of subjugation of the Restoration. The farmers, deceived in all their expectations, more than ever ground down by the law scale of the price of corn, on the one hand, and, on the other, by the growing load of taxation and mortgages, began to stir in the departments. They were answered by the systematic baiting of the schoolmasters, whom the government subjected to the clergy, by the systematic baiting of the mayors, whom it subjected to the prefects, and by a system of espionage to which all were subjected. In Paris and the large towns, the reaction itself carries the physiognomy of its own epoch. It irritates more than it cows. In the country, it becomes low, moan, petty, tiresome, vexatious. In a word, it becomes gendarme. It is easily understood how 3 years of the gendarme regime, sanctified by the regime of the clergyman, was bound to demoralize unripe masses. Whatever the mass of passion and declamation that the party of order expended from the speaker's tribune in the National Assembly against the minority, its speech remained monosyllabic, like that of the Christian, whose speech was to be nay, nay. It was monosyllabic, whether from the tribune or the press, dull as a conundrum whose solution is known beforehand. Whether the question was the right of petition or the duty on wine, the liberty of the press or free trade, clubs or municipal laws, protection of individual freedom or the regulation of national economy, the slogan returns ever again, the theme is monotonously the same, the verdict is ever ready and unchanged. Socialism. Even bourgeois liberalism is pronounced socialistic. Socialistic alike is pronounced popular education, and likewise socialistic national financial reform. It was socialistic to build a railroad where already a canal was, and it was socialistic to defend oneself with a stick when attacked with a sword. This was not mere form of speech, a fashion, nor yet party tactics. The bourgeoisie perceives correctly that all the weapons which it forged against feudalism turned their edges against itself, that all the means of education which it brought forth rebel against its own civilization, that all the gods which it made had fallen away from it. It understands that all its so-called citizens' rights and progressive organs assail and menace its class rule, both in its social foundation and its political superstructure, consequently have become socialistic. It justly scents in the menace and assault the secret of socialism, whose meaning and tendency it estimates more correctly than the spurious so-called socialism is capable of estimating itself, and which consequently is unable to understand how it is that the bourgeoisie obdurately shuts its ears to it, alike whether it sentimentally whines about the sufferings of humanity, or announces in Christian style the millennium and universal brotherhood, or twaddles humanistically about the soul, culture, and freedom, or doctrinally matches out a system of harmony and well-being for all classes. What, however, the bourgeoisie does not understand is the consequence that its own parliamentary regime, its own political reign, is also of necessity bound to fall under the general ban of socialistic. So long as the rule of the bourgeoisie is not fully organized, has not acquired its purely political character, the contrast with the other classes cannot come into view in all its sharpness, and where it does come into view, it cannot take that dangerous turn that converts every conflict with the government into a conflict with capital. When, however, the French bourgeoisie began to realize in every pulsation of society a menace to peace, how could it, at the head of society, pretend to uphold the regime of unrest, its own regime, the parliamentary regime, which, according to the expression of one of its own orders, lives in struggle and through struggle? The parliamentary regime lives on discussion. How can it forbid discussion? Every single interest, every single social institution is there converted into general thoughts, is treated as a thought. How could any interest or institution claim to be above thought and impose itself as an article of faith? The order's conflict in the tribune calls forth the conflict of the rowdies in the press, is necessarily supplemented by debating clubs in the salons and the bar rooms. The representatives, who are constantly appealing to popular opinion, justify popular opinion in expressing its real opinion in petitions. The parliamentary regime leaves everything to the decision of majorities. How can the large majorities beyond Parliament be expected not to wish to decide? If, from above, they hear the fiddle screeching, what else is to be expected than that those below should dance? Accordingly, by now prosecuting as socialist what formerly it had celebrated as liberal, the bourgeoisie admits that its own interest orders it to raise itself above the danger of self-government. That, in order to restore rest to the land, its own bourgeois parliament must, before all, be brought to rest. That, in order to preserve its social power unhurt, its political power must be broken. That the private bourgeois can continue to exploit the other classes and rejoice in property, family, religion, and order only under the condition that his own class be condemned to the same political nullity of the other classes. That, in order to save their own purse, the crown must be knocked off their heads, and the sword that was to shield them must at the same time be hung over their heads as a sword of Damocles. In the domain of general bourgeois interests, the National Assembly proved itself so barren that, for instance, the discussion over the Paris-Avignon Railroad, opened in the winter of 1850, was not yet ripe for a vote on December 2nd, 1851. Wherever it did not oppress or was reactionary, the bourgeoisie was smitten with incurable barrenness. While Bonaparte's ministry either sought to take the initiative of laws in the spirit of the party of order, or even exaggerated their severity in their enforcement and administration, he, on his part, sought to win popularity by means of childishly silly propositions, to exhibit the contrast between himself and the National Assembly, and to hint at a secret plan, held in reserve, and only through circumstances temporarily prevented from disclosing its hidden treasures to the French people. Of this nature was the proposition to decree a daily extra pay of 4 sous to the under-officers. So, likewise, the proposition for a word of honor loan bank for working men. To have money given and money borrowed. That was the perspective that he hoped to cajole the masses with. Presents and loans. To that was limited the financial wisdom of the slums, the high as well as the low. To that were limited the springs which Bonaparte knew how to set in motion. Never did pretenders speculate more dully upon the dullness of the masses. Again and again did the National Assembly fly into passion at these unmistakable attempts to win popularity at its expense, and at the growing danger that this adventurer, lashed on by debts and unrestrained by reputation, might venture upon some desperate act. The strained relations between the party of order and the president had taken on a threatening aspect, when an unforeseen event threw him back, rueful, into its arms. We mean the supplementary elections of March 1850. These elections took place to fill the vacancies created in the National Assembly after June 13th by imprisonment and exile. Paris elected only social democratic candidates. It even united the largest vote upon one of the insurgents of June 1848, the Flotte. In this way, the small traders' world of Paris, now allied with the proletariat, revenged itself for the defeat of June 13, 1849. It seemed to have disappeared from the field of battle at the hour of danger, only to step on it again at a more favorable opportunity, with increased forces for the fray, and with a bolder war cry. A circumstance seemed to heighten the danger of this electoral victory. The army voted in Paris for a June insurgent against Lahitte, a minister of Bonaparte's, and in the departments, mostly for the candidates of the Mountain, who there also, although not as decisively as in Paris, maintained the upper hand over their adversaries. Bonaparte suddenly saw himself again face to face with the revolution. As on January 29th, 1849, as on June 13th, 1849, on May 10th, 1850, he vanished again behind the party of order. He bent low, he timidly apologized, he offered to appoint any ministry whatever at the behest of the parliamentary majority, he even implored the Orleanist and Legitimist party leaders, the Thiers, Berriers, Brogliers, Moles, in short, the so-called Burgraves, to take hold of the helm of state in person. The Party of Order did not know how to utilize this opportunity that was never to return. Instead of boldly taking possession of the proffered power, it did not even force Bonaparte to restore the ministry dismissed on November 1st. It contented itself with humiliating him with its pardon and with affiliating Monsieur Baroche to the Déhautpoul ministry. This Baroche had, as public prosecutor, stormed before the High Court at Bourges, once against the revolutionists of May 15th, another time against the Democrats of June 13th, both times on the charge of attentates against the National Assembly. None of Bonaparte's ministers contributed later more towards the degradation of the National Assembly, and after December 2nd, 1851, we meet him again as the comfortably stalled and dearly paid Vice President of the Senate. He had spat in the soup of the revolutionists for Bonaparte to eat it. On its part, the Social Democratic Party seemed only to look for pretexts in order to make its own victory doubtful and to dull its edge. Vidal, one of the newly elected Paris representatives, was returned for Strasbourg also. He was induced to decline the seat for Paris and accept the one for Strasbourg. Thus, instead of giving a definite character to their victory at the hustings, and thereby compelling the Party of Order forthwith to contest it in Parliament, instead of thus driving the foe to battle at the season of popular enthusiasm and the favorable temper in the army, the Democratic Party tired out Paris with a new campaign during the months of March and April. It allowed the excited popular passions to wear themselves out in the second provisional electoral play. It allowed the revolutionary vigor to satiate itself with constitutional successes and lose its breath in petty intrigues, hollow declamation, and sham moves. It gave the bourgeoisie time to collect itself and make its preparations. Finally, it allowed the significance of the March elections to find a sentimentally weakening commentary at the subsequent April election in the victory of Eugene Sue. In one word, it turned the 10th of March into an April Fool. The parliamentary majority perceived the weakness of its adversary. Its 17 burgraves, Bonaparte had left to it the direction of and responsibility for the attack, framed a new election law, the moving of which was entrusted to Monsieur Fauchet, who had applied for the honor. On May 8, he introduced the new law whereby universal suffrage was abolished, a 3 years' residence in the election district imposed as condition for voting, and finally, the proof of this residence made dependent, for the working man, upon the testimony of his employer. As revolutionarily as the Democrats had agitated and stormed during the constitutional struggles, so constitutionally did they now, when it was imperative to attest, arms in hand, the earnestness of their late electoral victories, preach order, majestic calmness, lawful conduct, i.e., blind submission to the will of the counter-revolution, which revealed itself as law. During the debate, the Mountain put the Party of Order to shame by maintaining the passionless attitude of the law-abiding burgher, who upholds the principle of law against revolutionary passions, and by twitting the Party of Order with the fearful reproach of proceeding in a revolutionary manner. Even the newly elected deputies took pains to prove by their decent and thoughtful deportment what an act of misjudgment it was to decry them as anarchists, or explain their election as a victory of the revolution. The new election law was passed on May 31st. The Mountain contented itself with smuggling a protest into the pockets of the President of the Assembly. To the election law followed a new press law, whereby the revolutionary press was completely done away with. It had deserved its fate. The National and the Press, two bourgeois organs, remained after this deluge the extreme outposts of the revolution. We have seen how, during March and April, the Democratic leaders did everything to involve the people of Paris in a sham battle, and how, after May 8, they did everything to keep it away from a real battle. We may not here forget that the year 1850 was one of the most brilliant years of industrial and commercial prosperity. Consequently, that the Parisian proletariat was completely employed. But the election law of May 31st, 1850, excluded them from all participation in political power. It cut the field of battle itself from under them. It threw the workingmen back into the state of pariahs which they had occupied before the February Revolution. In allowing themselves, in sight of such an occurrence, to be led by the Democrats, and in forgetting the revolutionary interests of their class through temporary comfort, the workingmen abdicated the honor of being a conquering power. They submitted to their fate. They proved that the defeat of June 1848 had incapacitated them from resistance for many a year to come. Finally, that the historic process must again, for the time being, proceed over their heads. As to the small traders' democracy, which on June 13 had cried out, "If they but dare to assail universal suffrage, then we will show who we are," they now console themselves with the thought that the counter-revolutionary blow which had struck them was no blow at all, and that the law of May 31st was no law. On May 2nd, 1852, according to them, every Frenchman would appear at the hustings, in one hand the ballot, and the other the sword. With this prophecy they set their hearts at ease. Finally, the army was punished by its superiors for the elections of May and April 1850 as it was punished for the election of May 29th, 1849. This time, however, it said to itself determinedly, "The revolution shall not cheat us a third time." The law of May 31st, 1850 was the coup d'etat of the bourgeoisie. All its previous conquests over the revolution had only a temporary character. They became uncertain the moment the National Assembly stepped off the stage. They depended upon the accident of general elections, and the history of the elections since 1848 proved irrefutably that, in the same measure as the actual reign of the bourgeoisie gathered strength, its moral reign over the masses wore off. Universal suffrage pronounced itself on May 10th pointedly against the reign of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie answered with the banishment of universal suffrage. The law of May 31st was accordingly one of the necessities of the class struggle. On the other hand, the Constitution required a minimum of 2 million votes for the valid election of the President of the Republic. If none of the presidential candidates polled this minimum, then the National Assembly was to elect the President out of the 3 candidates polling the highest votes. At the time the constituent body made this law, 10 million voters were registered on the election rolls. In its opinion, accordingly, 1/5 of the qualified voters sufficed to make a choice for president valid. The law of May 31st struck at least 3 million voters off the rolls, reduced the number of qualified voters to 7 millions, and yet, notwithstanding, it kept the lawful minimum at 2 millions for the election of a president. Accordingly, it raised the lawful minimum from 1/5 to almost 1/3 of the qualified voters, i.e., it did all it could to smuggle the presidential election out of the hands of the people into those of the National Assembly. Thus, by the election law of May 31st, the party of order seemed to have doubly secured its empire, in that it placed the election of both the National Assembly and of the President of the Republic in the keeping of the stable portion of society. Chapter 5. The strife immediately broke out again between the National Assembly and Bonaparte, so soon as the revolutionary crisis was weathered and universal suffrage was abolished. The Constitution had fixed the salary of Bonaparte at 600,000 francs. Barely half a year after his installation, he succeeded in raising this sum to its double. Odilon Barrot had wrung from the Constitutive Assembly a yearly allowance of 600,000 francs for so-called representation expenses. After June 13th, Bonaparte hinted at similar solicitations, to which, however, Barrot then turned a deaf ear. Now, after May 31st, he forthwith utilized the favorable moment and caused his ministers to move a civil list of 3 millions in the National Assembly. A long, adventurous, vagabond career had gifted him with the best developed antenna for feeling out the weak moments when he could venture upon squeezing money from his bourgeois. He carried on regular blackmail. The National Assembly had maimed the sovereignty of the people with his aid and his knowledge. He now threatened to denounce its crime to the tribunal of the people if it did not pull out its purse and buy his silence with 3 millions annually. It had robbed 3 million Frenchmen of the suffrage. For every Frenchman thrown out of circulation, he demanded a franc in circulation. He, the elect of 6 million, demanded indemnity for the votes he had been subsequently cheated of. The committee of the National Assembly turned the importunate fellow away. The Bonapartist press threatened. Could the National Assembly break with the President of the Republic at a time when it had broken definitely and on principle with the mass of the nation? It rejected the annual civil list, but granted for this once an allowance of 2,160,000 francs. Thus it made itself guilty of the double weakness of granting the money, and at the same time showing by its anger that it did so only unwillingly. We shall presently see to what use Bonaparte put the money. After this aggravating afterplay that followed upon the heels of the abolition of universal suffrage, and in which Bonaparte exchanged his humble attitude of the days of the crisis of March and April for one of defiant impotence towards the usurping Parliament, the National Assembly adjourned for 3 months, from August 11th to November 11th. It left behind in its place a permanent committee of 18 members that contained no Bonapartist, but did contain a few moderate Republicans. The permanent committee of the year 1849 had numbered only men of order and Bonapartists. At that time, however, the party of order declared itself in permanence against the revolution. Now the parliamentary republic declared itself in permanence against the president. After the law of May 31st, only this rival still confronted the party of order. When the National Assembly reconvened in November 1850, instead of its former petty skirmishes with the president, a great headlong struggle, a struggle for life between the two powers, seemed to have become inevitable. As in the year 1849, the party of order had during this year's vacation dissolved into its 2 separate factions, each occupied with its own restoration intrigues, which had received new impetus from the death of Louis Philippe. The legitimist king, Henry V, had even appointed a regular ministry that resided in Paris and in which sat members of the permanent committee. Hence, Bonaparte was, on his part, justified in making tours through the French departments, and, according to the disposition of the towns that he happened to be gladdening with his presence, sometimes covertly, other times more openly blabbing out his own restoration plans and gaining votes for himself. On these excursions, which the official moniteur and the small private moniteurs of Bonaparte were, of course, bound to celebrate as triumphal marches, he was constantly accompanied by affiliated members of the Society of December 10th. This society dated from the year 1849. Under the pretext of founding a benevolent association, the slum proletariat of Paris was organized into secret sections, each section led by Bonapartist agents, with a Bonapartist general at the head of all. Along with ruined roués of questionable means of support and questionable antecedents, along with the foul and adventure-seeking dregs of the bourgeoisie, there were vagabonds, dismissed soldiers, discharged convicts, runaway galley slaves, sharpers, jugglers, lazzaroni, pickpockets, slave hand performers, gamblers, procurers, keepers of disorderly houses, porters, literati, organ grinders, rag pickers, scissors grinders, tinkers, beggars, in short, the whole undefined, dissolute, kicked-about mass of what the Frenchmen styled la bohème. With this kindred element, Bonaparte formed the stock of the Society of December 10th, a benevolent association insofar as, like Bonaparte himself, all its members felt the need of being benevolent to themselves at the expense of the toiling nation. The Bonaparte, who here constitutes himself chief of the slum proletariat, who only here finds again in plenteous form the interests which he personally pursues, who, in this refuse, offal, and wreck of all classes, recognizes the only class upon which he can depend on unconditionally. This is the real Bonaparte, the Bonaparte without qualification. An old and crafty roué, he looks upon the historic life of nations, upon their great and public acts, as comedies in the ordinary sense, as a carnival, where the great costumes, words and postures serve only as masks for the pettiest chicaneries. So, on the occasion of his expedition against Strasbourg, when a trained Swiss vulture impersonated the Napoleonic eagle. So, again, on the occasion of his raid upon Boulogne, where he struck a few London lackeys into French uniform. They impersonated the army, and so now, in his Society of December 10th, he collects 10,000 loafers who are to impersonate the people as Snug the Joiner does the lion. At a period where the bourgeoisie itself is playing the sheerest comedy, but in the most solemn manner in the world, without doing violence to any of the pedantic requirements of French dramatic etiquette, and is itself partly deceived by, partly convinced of, the solemnity of its own public acts, the adventurer, who took the comedy for simple comedy, was bound to win. Only after he has removed his solemn opponent, when he himself takes seriously his own role of emperor, and with the Napoleonic mask on, imagines he impersonates the real Napoleon, only then does he become the victim of his own peculiar conception of history. The serious clown, who no longer takes history for a comedy, but a comedy for history. What the national workshops were to the socialist workingmen, what the Gardes Mobiles were to the bourgeois republicans, that was to Bonaparte the Society of December 10th, a force for partisan warfare peculiar to himself. On his journeys, the divisions of the society, packed away on the railroads, improvised an audience for him, performed public enthusiasm, shouted "Long live the Emperor!" insulted and clubbed the Republicans, all, of course, under the protection of the police. On his return stages to Paris, this rabble constituted his vanguard. It forestalled or dispersed counter-demonstrations. The Society of December 10th belonged to him. It was his own handiwork, his own thought. Whatever else he appropriates, the power of circumstances places in his hands. Whatever else he does, either circumstances do for him, or he is content to copy from the deeds of others, but he posing before the citizens with the official phrases about order, religion, family, property, and behind him the secret society of skipjacks and picaroons, the society of disorder, of prostitution, and of theft, that has Bonaparte himself as the original author, and the history of the Society of December 10th is his own history. Now then, it happened that representatives belonging to the party of order occasionally got under the clubs of the Decembrists. Nay, more. Police Commissioner Jan, who had been assigned to the National Assembly and was charged with the guardianship of its safety, reported to the Permanent Committee upon the testimony of Bonaparte that a section of the Decembrists had decided on the murder of General Changarnier and of Dupin, the President of the National Assembly, and had already settled upon the men to execute the decree. One can imagine the fright of Monsieur Dupin. A parliamentary inquest over the Society of December 10th, i.e., the profanation of the Bonapartist secret, would now seem inevitable. Just before the reconvening of the National Assembly, Bonaparte circumspectly dissolved his society, of course, on paper only. As late as the end of 1851, Police Prefect Carlier vainly sought, in an exhaustive memorial, to move him to the real dissolution of the Decembrists. The Society of December 10th was to remain the private army of Bonaparte until he should have succeeded in converting the public army into a Society of December 10th. Bonaparte made the first attempt in this direction shortly after the adjournment of the National Assembly, and he did so with the money which he had just wrung from it. As a fatalist, he lives devoted to the conviction that there are certain higher powers whom man, particularly the soldier, cannot resist. First among the powers he numbers cigars and champagne, cold poultry and garlic sausage. Accordingly, in the apartments of the Elysee, he treated first the officers and under-officers to cigars and champagne, to cold poultry and garlic sausage. On October 3rd, he repeats this maneuver with the rank and file of the troops by the Review of Saint-Marc. And, on October 10th, the same maneuver again, upon a larger scale, at the Army Parade of Satory. The uncle bore in remembrance the campaigns of Alexander in Asia. The nephew bore in remembrance the triumphal marches of Bacchus in the same country. Alexander was indeed a demigod, but Bacchus was a full-fledged god, and the patron deity, at that, of the Society of December 10th. After the review of October 3rd, the Permanent Committee summoned the Minister of War, de Haupoul, before it. He promised that such breaches of discipline should not recur. We have seen how, on October 10th, Bonaparte kept de Haupoul's word. At both reviews, Changarnier had commanded as Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Paris. He, at once member of the Permanent Committee, Chief of the National Guard, the savior of January 29th and June 13th, the bulwark of society, candidate of the party of order for the office of President, the suspected monk of two monarchies, he had never acknowledged his subordination to the Minister of War, had ever openly scoffed at the Republican Constitution, and had pursued Bonaparte with a protection that was ambiguously distinguished. Now he became zealous for the discipline in opposition to Bonaparte. While, on October 10th, a part of the cavalry cried, "Long live Napoleon! Long live the sausages!" Changarnier saw to it that at least the infantry, which filed by under the command of his friend Neumayer, should observe an icy silence. In punishment, the Minister of War, at the instigation of Bonaparte, deposed General Neumayer from his post in Paris, under the pretext of providing for him as Commander-in-Chief of the 14th and 15th Military Divisions. Neumayer declined the exchange, and had, in consequence, to give his resignation. On his part, Changarnier published on November 2nd an order, wherein he forbade the troops to indulge, while under arms, in any sort of political cries or demonstrations. The papers devoted to the Elysee interests attacked Changarnier. The papers of the Party of Order attacked Bonaparte. The Permanent Committee held frequent secret sessions, at which it was repeatedly proposed to declare the fatherland in danger. The army seemed divided into two hostile camps, with two hostile staffs. One at the Elysee, where Bonaparte, the other at the Tuileries, where Changarnier resided. All that seemed wanting for the signal of battle to sound was the convening of the National Assembly. The French public looked upon the friction between Bonaparte and Changarnier in the light of the English journalist, who characterized it in these words: "The political servant girls of France are mopping away the glowing love of the Revolution with old mops, and they scold each other while doing their work." Meanwhile, Bonaparte hastened to depose the Minister of War, de Haupoul, to expedite him heels over head to Algiers, and to appoint in his place General Schramm as Minister of War. On November 12th, he sent to the National Assembly a message of American excursiveness, overloaded with details, redolent of order, a thirst for conciliation, resignful to the Constitution, dealing with all and everything, only not with the burning questions of the moment. As if in passing, he dropped the words that according to the express provisions of the Constitution, the President alone disposes over the army. The message closed with the following high-sounding protestations. France demands, above all things, peace. Alone bound by an oath, I shall keep myself within the narrow bounds marked out by it to me. As to me, elected by the people, and owing my power to it alone, I shall always submit to its lawfully expressed will. Should you at this session decide upon the revision of the Constitution, a constitutional convention will regulate the position of the executive power. If you do not, then, the people will, in 1852, solemnly announce its decision. But, whatever the solution may be that the future has in store, let us arrive at an understanding to the end that never may passion, surprise, or violence decide over the fate of a great nation. That which, above all, bespeaks my attention is, not who will, in 1852, rule over France, but to so devote the time at my disposal that the interval may pass by without agitation and disturbance. I have straightforwardly opened my heart to you. You will answer my frankness with your confidence, my good efforts with your cooperation. God will do the rest. The honest, hypercritically temperate, commonplace virtuous language of the bourgeoisie reveals its deep meaning in the mouth of the self-appointed ruler of the Society of December 10th, and of the picnic hero of Saint-Mars-en-Satory. The Burgraves of the Party of Order did not for a moment deceive themselves on the confidence that this unbosoming deserved. They were long blasés on oaths. They numbered among themselves veterans and virtuosi of perjury. The passage about the army did not, however, escape them. They observed with annoyance that the message, despite its prolix enumeration of the lately enacted laws, passed, with affected silence, over the most important of all, the election law, and moreover, in case no revision of the Constitution was held, left the choice of president, in 1852, with the people. The election law was the ball and chain to the feet of the Party of Order that hindered them from walking, and now assuredly from storming. Furthermore, by the official disbandment of the Society of December 10th, and the dismissal of the Minister of War de Haupoul, Bonaparte had, with his own hands, sacrificed the scapegoats on the altar of the fatherland. He had turned off the expected collision. Finally, the Party of Order itself anxiously sought to avoid every decisive conflict with the executive, to weaken and to blur it over. Fearing to lose its conquests over the revolution, it let its rival gather the fruits thereof. France demands, above all things, peace. With this language had the Party of Order been apostrophizing the revolution since February. With this language did Bonaparte's message now apostrophize the Party of Order. France demands, above all things, peace. Bonaparte committed acts that aimed at usurpation, but the Party of Order committed a disturbance of the peace if it raised the hue and cry and explained them hypochondriacally. The sausages of Satory were mouse still when nobody talked about them. France demands, above all things, peace. Accordingly, Bonaparte demanded that he be left alone, and the parliamentary party was lamed with a double fear: the fear of reconjuring up the revolutionary disturbance of the peace, and the fear of itself appearing as the disturber of the peace in the eyes of its own class, of the bourgeoisie. Seeing that, above all things, France demanded peace, the Party of Order did not dare, after Bonaparte had said peace in his message, to answer war. The public, who had promised to itself the pleasure of seeing great scenes of scandal at the opening of the National Assembly, was cheated out of its expectations. The opposition deputies, who demanded the submission of the minutes of the Permanent Committee over the October occurrences, were outvoted. All debate that might excite was fled from on principle. The labors of the National Assembly during November and December 1850 were without interest. Finally, toward the end of December, began a guerrilla warfare against certain prerogatives of the Parliament. The movement sank into the mire of petty chicaneries on the prerogative of the two powers, since, with the abolition of universal suffrage, the bourgeoisie had done away with the class struggle. A judgment for debt had been secured against Mogin, one of the representatives. Upon inquiry by the president of the court, the Minister of Justice, Rouher, declared that an order of arrest should be made out without delay. Mogin was accordingly cast into the debtor's prison. The National Assembly bristled up when it heard of the attentat. It not only ordered his immediate release, but had him forcibly taken out of Clichy in the same evening by his own greffier. In order, nevertheless, to shield its belief in the sacredness of private property, and also with the ulterior thought of opening, in case of need, an asylum for troublesome mountaineers, it declared the imprisonment of a representative for debt to be permissible upon its previous consent. It forgot to decree that the president also could be locked up for debt. By its act, it wiped out the last semblance of inviolability that surrounded the members of its own body. It will be remembered that, upon the testimony of one Allais, Police Commissioner Jan had charged a section of Decembrists with a plan to murder Dupin and Changarnier. With an eye upon that, the quaestors proposed at the very first session that the Parliament organize a police force of its own, paid for out of the private budget of the National Assembly itself, and wholly independent of the police prefects. The Minister of the Interior, Barache, protested against this trespass on his preserves. A miserable compromise followed, according to which the police commissioner of the Assembly was to be paid out of its own private budget and was to be subject to the appointment and dismissal of its own quaestors, but only upon previous agreement with the Minister of the Interior. In the meantime, Allais had been prosecuted by the government. It was an easy thing in court to present his testimony in the light of a mystification, and through the mouth of the public prosecutor, to throw Dupin, Changarnier, Jan, together with the whole National Assembly, into a ridiculous light. Thereupon, on December 29th, Minister Barache writes a letter to Dupin, in which he demands the dismissal of Jan. The Committee of the National Assembly decides to keep Jan in office. Nevertheless, the National Assembly, frightened by its own violence in the affair of Magan, and accustomed, every time it has shied a blow at the executive, to receive back from it two in exchange, does not sanction this decision. It dismisses Jan in reward for his seal in office, and robs itself of a parliamentary prerogative, indispensable against a person who does not decide by night to execute by day, but decides by day and executes by night. We have seen how, during the months of November and December, under great and severe provocations, the National Assembly evaded and refused the combat with the executive power. Now we shall see it compelled to accept it on the smallest occasions. And the affair of Magan, it confirms in principle the liability of a representative to imprisonment for debt, but to itself reserves the power of allowing the principle to be applied only to representatives whom it dislikes, and for this infamous privilege we see it wrangling with the Minister of Justice. Instead of utilizing the alleged murder plan to the end of fastening an inquest upon the Society of December 10th, and of exposing Bonaparte beyond redemption before France in his true figure as the head of the slum proletariat of Paris, it allows the collision to sink to a point where the only issue between itself and the Minister of Interior is who has jurisdiction over the appointment and dismissal of a police commissioner. Thus we see the party of order, during this whole period, compelled by its ambiguous position to wear out and fritter away its conflict with the executive power in small quarrels about jurisdiction, in chicaneries, and pettifogging, and boundary disputes, and to turn the stalest questions of form into the very substance of its activity. It dares not accept the collision at the moment when it involves a principle, when the executive power has really given itself a blank, and when the cause of the National Assembly would be the cause of the nation. It would thereby have issued to the nation an order of march, and it feared nothing so much as that the nation should move. Hence, on these occasions, it rejects the motions of the mountain and proceeds to the order of the day. After the issue has in this way lost all magnitude, the executive power quietly awaits the moment when it can take up again upon small and insignificant occasions, when, so to say, the issue offers only a parliamentary local interest. Then does the repressed valor of the party of order break forth, and it tears away the curtain from the scene. Then it denounces the president, then it declares the republic to be in danger. But then all its pathos appears stale, and the occasion for the quarrel a hypocritical pretext, or not at all worth the effort. The parliamentary tempest becomes a tempest in a teapot, the struggle an intrigue, the collision a scandal. While the revolutionary classes gloat with sardonic laughter over the humiliation of the National Assembly, they, of course, being as enthusiastic for the prerogatives of the Parliament as that body is for public freedom, the bourgeoisie, outside of the Parliament, does not understand how the bourgeoisie, inside the Parliament, can squander its time with such petty bickerings, and can endanger peace with such wretched rivalries with the President. It is puzzled at a strategy that makes peace at the very moment when everyone expects battles, and that attacks the very moment everybody believes peace has been concluded. On December 20th, Pascal Duprat interpelled the Minister of the Interior on the Gold Bar lottery. This lottery was the daughter from Elysium. Bonaparte, together with his faithful, had given her birth, and Police Prefect Carlier had placed her under his official protection, although the French law forbade all lotteries, with the exception of games for benevolent purposes. 7 million tickets, a franc apiece, and the profit ostensibly destined to the shipping of Parisian vagabonds to California. Golden dreams were to displace the socialist dreams of the Parisian proletariat. The tempting prospect of a prize was to displace the doctrinal right to labor. Of course, the working men of Paris did not recognize in the luster of the California gold bars the lackluster francs that had been wheedled out of their pockets. In the main, however, the scheme was an unmitigated swindle. The vagabonds, who meant to open California gold mines without taking the pains to leave Paris, were Bonaparte himself and his round table of desperate insolvents. The 3 millions granted by the National Assembly were rioted away. The treasury had to be refilled somehow or other. In vain did Bonaparte open a national subscription, at the head of which he himself figured with a large sum, for the establishment of so-called work cities. The hard-hearted bourgeois waited, distrustful, for the payment of his own shares, and as this, of course, never took place, the speculation in socialist castles in the air fell flat. The gold bars drew better. Bonaparte and his associates did not content themselves with putting into their own pockets part of the surplus of the 7 millions over and above the bars that were to be drawn. They manufactured false tickets. They sold, of number 10 alone, 15 to 20 lots, a financial operation fully in the spirit of the Society of December 10th. The National Assembly did not here have before it the fictitious President of the Republic, but Bonaparte himself in flesh and blood. Here it could catch him in the act, not in conflict with the Constitution, but with the Penal Code. When, upon the Prate's interpellation, the National Assembly went over the order of the day, this did not happen simply because Girondin's motion to declare itself satisfied reminded the party of order of its own systematic corruption. The bourgeois, above all the bourgeois who had been inflated into a statesman, supplements his practical meanness with theoretical pompousness. As statesman, he becomes, like the government facing him, a superior being who can be fought only in a higher, more exalted manner. Bonaparte, who, for the very reason of his being a Bohemian, a princely slum proletarian, had over the scampish bourgeois the advantage that he could carry on the fight, after the assembly itself had carried him with its own hands over the slippery ground of the military banquets, of the reviews, of the Society of December 10th, and finally of the Penal Code, now saw that the moment had arrived when he could move from the seemingly defensive to the offensive. He was but little troubled by the intermediate and trifling defeats of the Minister of Justice, of the Minister of War, of the Minister of the Navy, of the Minister of Finance, whereby the National Assembly indicated its growling displeasure. Not only did he prevent the ministers from resigning, and thus recognizing the subordination of the executive power to the Parliament, he could now accomplish what during the vacation of the National Assembly he had commenced: the separation of the military power from the Assembly, the deposition of Changarnier. An LSA paper published an order, issued during the month of May, ostensibly to the 1st Military Division, and hence proceeding from Changarnier, wherein the officers were recommended, in case of an uprising, to give no quarter to the traitors in their own ranks, to shoot them down on the spot, and to refuse troops to the National Assembly should it make a requisition for such. On January 3rd, 1851, the Cabinet was interpellated on this order. The Cabinet demands for the examination of the affair at first 3 months, then 1 week, finally only 24 hours' time. The Assembly orders an immediate explanation. Changarnier rises and declares that this order never existed. He adds that he would ever hasten to respond to the calls of the National Assembly, and that, in case of a collision, they could count upon him. The Assembly receives his utterances with inexpressible applause, and decrees a vote of confidence to him. It thereby resigns its own powers. It decrees its own impotence and the omnipotence of the army by committing itself to the private protection of a general. But the general, in turn, deceives himself when he places at the Assembly's disposal and against Bonaparte a power that he holds only as a fief from the same Bonaparte, and when, on his part, he expects protection from this Parliament, from its protégé, itself needful of protection. But Changarnier has faith in the mysterious power with which since January 1849 he had been clad by the bourgeoisie. He takes himself for the third power, standing beside the other powers of government. He shares the faith of all other heroes, or rather saints, of this epoch, whose greatness consists but in the interested good opinion that their own party holds of them, and who shrink into everyday figures as soon as circumstances invite them to perform miracles. Infidelity is, indeed, the deadly enemy of these supposed heroes and real saints. Hence their virtuously proud indignation at the unenthusiastic wits and scoffers. That same evening, the ministers were summoned to the LSE. Bonaparte presses for the removal of Changarnier. 5 ministers refuse to sign the order. The Moniteur announces a ministerial crisis, and the party of order threatens the formation of a parliamentary army under the command of Changarnier. The party of order had the constitutional power hereto. It needed only to elect Changarnier President of the National Assembly in order to make a requisition for whatever military forces it needed for its own safety. It could do all this the more safely, seeing that Changarnier still stood at the head of the army and of the Parisian National Guard, and only lay in wait to be summoned together with the army. The Bonapartist press did not even dare to question the right of the National Assembly to issue a direct requisition for troops, a legal scruple that, under the given circumstances, did not promise success. That the army would have obeyed the orders of the National Assembly is probable when it is considered that Bonaparte had to look 8 days all over Paris to find 2 generals, Barragay de Hiliers and Saint-Jean d'Anglet, who declared themselves ready to countersign the order cashiering Changarnier. That, however, the party of order would have found in its own ranks and in the Parliament the requisite vote for such a decision is more than doubtful when it is considered that, 8 days later, 286 votes pulled away from it, and that, as late as December 1851, at the last decisive hour, the Mountain rejected a similar proposition. Nevertheless, the Burgraves might still have succeeded in driving a mass of their party to an act of heroism, consisting in feeling safe behind a forest of bayonets, and in accepting the services of the army, which found itself deserted in its camp. Instead of this, the Messieurs Burgraves betook themselves to the Elysee on the evening of January 6th, with the view of inducing Bonaparte, by means of politic words and considerations, to drop the removal of Changarnier. Him who we must convince we recognize as the master of the situation. Bonaparte, made to feel secure by this step, appoints on January 12th a new ministry, in which the leaders of the old, Fould and Barrache, are retained. Saint-Jean d'Anglet becomes Minister of War. The Moniteur announces the decree cashiering Changarnier. His command is divided up between Barragay de Hiliers, who receives the 1st Division, and Perrot, who is placed over the National Guard. The bulwark of society is turned down, and although no dog barks over the event, in the bourses the stock quotations rise. By repelling the army, that, in Changarnier's person, put itself at its disposal, and thus irrevocably stood up against the president, the party of order declares that the bourgeoisie has lost its vocation to reign. Already there was no parliamentary ministry. By losing, furthermore, the handle to the army and to the National Guard, what instrument of force was there left to the National Assembly in order to maintain both the usurped power of the Parliament over the people and its constitutional power over the President? None. All that was left to it was the appeal to peaceful principles that itself had always explained as general rules merely, to be prescribed to third parties, and only in order to enable itself to move all the more freely. With the removal of Changarnier, with the transfer of the military power to Bonaparte, closes the first part of the period that we are considering, the period of the struggle between the party of order and the executive power. The war between the two powers is now openly declared. It is conducted openly, but only after the party of order has lost both arms and soldier. Without a ministry, without any army, without a people, without the support of public opinion, since its election law of May 31st, no longer the representative of the sovereign nation, sans eyes, sans ears, sans teeth, sans everything, the National Assembly had gradually converted itself into a French Parliament of olden days that must leave all action to the government and content itself with the growing remonstrances after the fact. The party of order receives the new ministry with a storm of indignation. General Bedeau calls to mind the mildness of the Permanent Committee during the vacation, and the excessive prudence with which it had renounced the privilege of disclosing its minutes. Now, the Minister of the Interior himself insists upon the disclosure of these minutes, that have now, of course, become dull as stagnant waters, reveal no new facts, and fall without making the slightest effect upon the blasé public. Upon Rémusat's proposition, the National Assembly retreats into its committees and appoints a Committee on Extraordinary Measures. Paris steps all the less out of the ruts of its daily routine, seeing that business is prosperous at the time, the manufactories busy, the prices of cereals low, provisions abundant, the savings bank receiving daily new deposits. The extraordinary measures that the Parliament so noisily announced fizzle out on January 18th in a vote of lack of confidence against the ministry without General Changarnier's name being even mentioned. The Party of Order was forced to frame its motion in that way so as to secure the votes of the Republicans because, of all the acts of the ministry, Changarnier's dismissal only was the very one they approved, while the Party of Order cannot in fact condemn the other ministerial acts which it had itself dictated. The January 18 vote of lack of confidence was decided by 415 ayes against 286 nays. It was, accordingly, put through by a coalition of the uncompromising Legitimists and Orleanists with the pure Republicans in the Mountain. Thus it revealed the fact that in its conflict with Bonaparte, not only the ministry, not only the army, but also its independent parliamentary majority, that a troop of representatives had deserted its camp out of a fanatic zeal for harmony, out of fear of fight, out of lassitude, out of family considerations for the salaries of relatives in office, out of speculations on vacancies in the ministry, or out of the unmitigated selfishness that the causes of the average bourgeois to be ever inclined to sacrifice the interests of his class to this or that private motive. The Bonapartist representatives belonged from the start to the Party of Order only in the struggle against the revolution. The leader of the Catholic party, Montalembert, already then threw his influence in the scale of Bonaparte, since he despaired of the vitality of the parliamentary party. Finally, the leaders of this party itself, Thiers and Berryer, the Orleanist and the Legitimist, were compelled to proclaim themselves openly as Republicans, to admit that their heart favored royalty, but their head the Republic, that their parliamentary republic was the only possible form for the rule of the bourgeoisie. Thus were they compelled to brand, before the eyes of the bourgeois class itself, as an intrigue, as dangerous as it was senseless, the restoration plans, which they continued to pursue indefatigably behind the back of the Parliament. The January 18 vote of lack of confidence struck the ministers, not the President. But it was not the ministry, it was the President who had deposed Changarnier. Should the Party of Order place Bonaparte himself under charges? On account of his restoration hankerings? These only supplemented their own. On account of his conspiracy at the military reviews and of the Society of December 10th? They had long since buried these subjects under simple orders of business. On account of the discharge of the hero of January 29th and June 13th, of the man who, in May 1850, threatened in case of riot to set Paris on fire at all its four corners? Their allies of the Mountain and Cavaignac did not even allow them to console the fallen bulwark of society with an official testimony of their sympathy. They themselves could not deny the constitutional right of the President to remove a general. They stormed only because he made an unparliamentary use of his constitutional right. Had they not themselves constantly made an unconstitutional use of their parliamentary prerogative, notably by the abolition of universal suffrage? Consequently, they were reminded to move exclusively within parliamentary bounds. Indeed, it required that peculiar disease, a disease that since 1848 has raged over the whole continent, parliamentary idiocy, that fetters those whom it infects to an imaginary world, and robs them of all sense, all remembrance, all understanding of the rude outside world. It required this parliamentary idiocy in order that the Party of Order, which had with its own hands destroyed all the conditions for parliamentary power, and in the struggle with the other classes was obliged to destroy them, still should consider its parliamentary victories as victories, and imagine it hid the President by striking his ministers. They only afforded him an opportunity to humble the National Assembly anew in the eyes of the nation. On January 20th, the Moniteur announced that the dismissal of the whole ministry was accepted. Under the pretext that none of the parliamentary parties had any longer the majority, as proved by the January 18th vote, that fruit of the coalition between Mountain and Royalists, and in order to await the reformation of a majority, Bonaparte appointed a so-called transition ministry, of whom no member belonged to the parliament, altogether wholly unknown and insignificant individuals, a ministry of mere clerks and secretaries. The party of order could now wear itself out in a game with these puppets. The executive power no longer considered it worth the while to be seriously represented in the National Assembly. By this act, Bonaparte concentrated the whole executive power all the more securely in his own person. He had all the freer elbow room to exploit the same to his own ends, the more his ministers became mere supernumeraries. The party of order, now allied with the Mountain, revenged itself by rejecting the presidential endowment project of 1,800,000 francs, which the chief of the Society of December 10th had compelled his ministerial clerks to present to the Assembly. This time, a majority of only 102 votes carried the day. Accordingly, since January 18th, 27 more votes had fallen off. The dissolution of the party of order was making progress. Lest anyone might for a moment be deceived touching the meaning of its coalition with the Mountain, the party of order simultaneously scorned even to consider a motion, signed by 189 members of the Mountain, for a general amnesty to political criminals. It was enough that the Minister of Interior, one Basset, declared that the national tranquility was only an appearance. In secret there reigned deep agitation, in secret ubiquitous societies were organized, the democratic papers were preparing to reappear, the reports from the departments were unfavorable, the fugitives of Geneva conducted a conspiracy via Lyon through the whole of southern France. France stood on the verge of an industrial and commercial crisis, the manufacturers of Roubaix were working shorter hours, the prisoners of Belle-Île had mutinied. It was enough that even the mere Basset should conjure up the red spectre for the party of order to reject without discussion a motion that would have gained for the National Assembly a tremendous popularity and thrown Bonaparte back into its arms. Instead of allowing itself to be intimidated by the executive power with the perspective of fresh disturbances, the party of order should rather have allowed a little elbow room to the class struggle in order to secure the dependence of the executive upon itself. But it did not feel itself equal to the task of playing with fire. Meanwhile, the so-called transition ministry vegetated along until the middle of April. Bonaparte tired out and fooled the National Assembly with constantly new ministerial combinations. Now he seemed to intend constructing a republican ministry with Lamartine and Bellotte, then a parliamentary one with the inevitable Odilon Barrot, whose name must never be absent when a dupe is needed. Then again, a legitimist, with Batzemenil and Lenois Diazy. And yet again, an Orleanist, with Maleville. While thus throwing the several factions of the party of order into strained relations with one another, and alarming them all with the prospect of a republican ministry, together with the thereupon inevitable restoration of universal suffrage, Bonaparte simultaneously raises in the bourgeoisie the conviction that his sincere efforts for a parliamentary ministry are wrecked upon the irreconcilable antagonism of the royalist factions. All the while, the bourgeoisie was clamoring louder and louder for a strong government, and was finding it less and less pardonable to leave France without an administration, in proportion as a general commercial crisis seemed to be under way and making recruits for socialism in the cities, as did the ruinously low price of grain in the rural districts. Trade became daily duller. The unemployed hands increased perceptibly. In Paris, at least 10,000 workingmen were without bread, and Rouen, Mulhausen, Lyon, Roubaix, Tourgon, Saint-Etnu, Elbeuf, etc., numerous factories stood idle. Under these circumstances, Bonaparte could venture to restore, on April 11th, the ministry of January 18th. Messieurs Rouher, Fould, Baroche, etc., reinforced by Monsieur Léon Fauchet, whom the Constitutive Assembly had, during its last days, unanimously, with the exception of 5 ministerial votes, branded with a vote of censure for circulating false telegraphic dispatches. Accordingly, the National Assembly had won a victory on January 18th over the ministry. It had, for the period of 3 months, been battling with Bonaparte, and all this merely to the end that, on April 11th, Fould and Baroche should be able to take up the Puritan Fauchet as a third in their ministerial league. In November 1849, Bonaparte had satisfied himself with an unparliamentary, in January 1851 with an extra-parliamentary. On April 11th, he felt strong enough to form an anti-parliamentary ministry that harmoniously combined within itself the votes of lack of confidence of both assemblies, the constitutive and the legislative, the Republican and the Royalist. This ministerial progression was the thermometer by which the Parliament could measure the ebbing temperature of its own life. This had sunk so low by the end of April that, at a personal interview, Persigny could invite Changarnier to go over to the camp of the President. Bonaparte, he assured Changarnier, considered the influence of the National Assembly to be wholly annihilated, and already the proclamation was ready that was to be published after the steadily contemplated, but again accidentally postponed, coup d'etat. Changarnier communicated this announcement of its death to the leaders of the Party of Order. But who was there to believe a bedbug bite could kill? The Parliament, however beaten, however dissolved, however death-tainted it was, could not persuade itself to see, in a duel with the grotesque chief of the Society of December 10th, anything but a duel with a bedbug. But Bonaparte answered the Party of Order as Agesilaus did King Aegis. I seem to you an ant, but shall one day be a lion.
'6. The coalition with the Montaigne and the pure Republicans, to which the Party of Order saw itself condemned in its unavailing efforts to maintain possession of the military power and to reconquer supreme control of the executive power, proved incontrovertibly that it had forfeited its independent parliamentary majority. On May 28 the mere power of the calendar, of the hour hand of the clock, gave the signal for its complete disintegration. With May 28, the last year of the life of the National Assembly began. It now had to decide for continuing the Constitution unaltered or for revising it. But revision of the Constitution that implied not only rule of the bourgeoisie or of the petty bourgeois democracy, or proletarian anarchy, parliamentary republic or Bonaparte, it implied at the same time Orleans or Bourbon. This fell in the midst of Parliament the apple of discord that was bound to inflame openly the conflict of interests which split the Party of Order into hostile factions. The Party of Order was a combination of heterogeneous social substances. The question of revision generated a political temperature at which the product again decomposed into its original components. The Bonapartists' interest in a revision was simple. For them it was above all a question of abolishing Article 45, which forbade Bonaparte's re-election and the prolongation of his authority. No less simple appeared the position of the Republicans. They unconditionally rejected any revision. They saw in it a universal conspiracy against the Republic. Since they commanded more than a quarter of the votes in the National Assembly, and according to the Constitution 3/4 of the votes were required for a resolution for revision to be legally valid and for the convocation of a revising assembly, they needed only to count their votes to be sure of victory. And they were sure of victory. As against these clear positions, the Party of Order found itself inextricably caught in contradictions. If it should reject revision, it would imperil the status quo, since it would leave Bonaparte only one way out, that of force, and since on the second Sunday in May, 1852, at the decisive moment, it would be surrendering France to revolutionary anarchy, with a president who had lost his authority, with a parliament which for a long time had not possessed it, and with a people that meant to reconquer it. If it voted for constitutional revision, it knew that it voted in vain and would be bound to fail constitutionally because of the Republicans' veto. If it unconstitutionally declared a simple majority vote to be binding, it could hope to dominate the revolution only if it subordinated itself unconditionally to the sovereignty of the executive power. Then it would make Bonaparte master of the constitution, of its revision, and of the party itself. A partial revision, which would prolong the authority of the president, would pave the way for imperial usurpation. A general revision, which would shorten the existence of the republic, would bring the dynastic claims into unavoidable conflict, for the conditions of a Bourbon and an Orleanist restoration were not only different, they were mutually exclusive. The parliamentary republic was more than a neutral territory on which the two factions of the French bourgeoisie, Legitimists and Orleanists, large landed property and industry, could dwell side by side with equality of rights. It was the unavoidable condition of their common rule, the sole form of state in which their general class interest subjected to itself at the same time both the claims of their particular factions and all the remaining classes of society. As royalists they fell back into their old antagonism, into the struggle for the supremacy of landed property or of money, and the highest expression of this antagonism, its personification, was their kings themselves, their dynasties. Hence the resistance of the party of order to the recall of the Bourbons. The Orleanist and People's Representative Crittenden had in 1849, 1850, and 1851 periodically introduced a motion for the revocation of the decree exiling the royal families. Just as regularly, Parliament presented the spectacle of an assembly of royalists that obdurately barred the gates through which their exiled kings might return home. Richard III murdered Henry VI, remarking that he was too good for this world and belonged in heaven. The royalists declared France too bad to possess her kings again. Constrained by force of circumstances, they had become republicans and repeatedly sanctioned the popular decision that banished their kings from France. A revision of the constitution and circumstances compelled taking that into consideration called in question, along with a republic, the common rule of the two bourgeois factions, and revived, with the possibility of a monarchy, the rivalry of the interests which the monarchy had predominantly represented by turns, the struggle for the supremacy of one faction over the other. The diplomats of the party of order believed they could settle the struggle by an amalgamation of the two dynasties, by a so-called fusion of the royalist parties and their royal houses. The real fusion of the Restoration and the July monarchy was the parliamentary republic, in which Orleanist and Legitimist colors were obliterated and the various species of bourgeois disappeared into the bourgeois as such, the bourgeois genus. Now, however, Orleanist was to become Legitimist and Legitimist Orleanist. Royalty, in which their antagonism was personified, was to embody their unity, the expression of their exclusive factional interests was to become the expression of their common class interest, the monarchy was to do what only the abolition of two monarchies, the republic, could do and had done. This was the philosopher's stone, to produce which the doctors of the party of order racked their brains. As if the legitimist monarchy could ever become the monarchy of the industrial bourgeois or the bourgeois monarchy ever become the monarchy of the hereditary landed aristocracy. As if landed property and industry could fraternize under one crown, when the crown could descend to only one head, the head of the elder brother or of the younger. As if industry could come to terms with landed property at all, so long as landed property itself does not decide to become industrial. If Henry V should die tomorrow, the Count of Paris would not on that account become the king of the Legitimists unless he ceased to be the king of the Orleanists. The philosophers of fusion, however, who became more vociferous in proportion as the question of revision came to the fore, who had provided themselves with an official daily organ in the Assemblée Nationale, and who are again at work even at this very moment, February 1852, considered the whole difficulty to be due to the opposition and rivalry of the two dynasties. The attempts to reconcile the Orleans family with Henry V, begun since the death of Louis Philippe, but, like the dynastic intrigues generally, played at only while the National Assembly was in recess, during the entr'actes, behind-the-scenes sentimental coquetry with the old superstition rather than seriously meant business now became grand performances of state, enacted by the party of order on the public stage, instead of in amateur theatricals as before. The couriers sped from Paris to Venice, from Venice to Clermont 112 from Clermont to Paris. The Count of Chambord issues a manifesto in which with the help of all the members of his family he announces not his, but the national restoration. The Orleanist Salvandi throws himself at the feet of Henry V. The Legitimist chiefs, Barrier, Benoit d'Azy, Saint Priest, traveled to Clermont to persuade the Orleans set, but in vain. The fusionists perceived too late that the interests of the two bourgeois factions neither lose exclusiveness nor gain pliancy when they become accentuated in the form of family interests, the interests of two royal houses. If Henry V were to recognize the Count of Paris as his heir, the sole success that the fusion could achieve at best the House of Orleans would not win any claim that the childlessness of Henry V had not already secured to it, but it would lose all the claims it had gained through the July Revolution. It would waive its original claims, all the titles it had wrested from the older branch of the Bourbons in almost 100 years of struggle. It would barter away its historical prerogative, the prerogative of the modern kingdom, for the prerogative of its genealogical tree. The fusion, therefore, would be nothing but a voluntary abdication of the House of Orleans, its resignation to legitimacy, repentant withdrawal from the Protestant state church into the Catholic. A withdrawal, moreover, that would not even bring it to the throne it had lost, but to the steps of the throne where it had been born. The old Orleanist ministers, Guizot, de Châtel, etc., who likewise hastened to Clermont to advocate the fusion, in fact represented merely the katzenjammer over the July Revolution, the despair about the bourgeois kingdom and the kingliness of the bourgeois, the superstitious belief in legitimacy as the last charm against anarchy. Imagining themselves mediators between Orleans and Bourbons, they were in reality merely Orleanist renegades, and the Prince of Joinville received them as such. On the other hand, the viable, bellicose section of the Orleanists, Thiers, Bays, etc., convinced Louis Philippe's family all the more easily that if any directly monarchist restoration presupposed the fusion of the two dynasties, and if any such fusion presupposed abdication of the House of Orleans, it was, on the contrary, wholly in accord with the tradition of their forefathers to recognize the Republic for the moment and wait until events permitted the conversion of the presidential chair into a throne. Rumors of Joinville's candidature were circulated, public curiosity was kept in suspense, and a few months later, in September, after the rejection of revision, his candidature was publicly proclaimed. The attempt at a royalist fusion of Orleanists with legitimists had thus not only failed, it had destroyed their parliamentary fusion, their common republican form, and had broken up the party of order into its original component parts. But the more the estrangement between Clermont and Venice grew, the more their settlement collapsed and the Joinville agitation gained ground, so much the more eager and earnest became the negotiations between Bonaparte's minister Faucher and the legitimists. The disintegration of the party of order did not stop at its original elements. Each of the two great factions, in its turn, decomposed all over again. It was as if all the old shadings that had formerly fought and jostled one another within each of the two circles, whether legitimist or Orleanist, had thawed out again like dry infusoria on contact with water, as if they had acquired a new sufficient vital energy to form groups of their own and independent antagonisms. The legitimists dreamed they were back among the controversies between the Tuileries and the Pavillon Marsan, between Villèle and Polignac. 113 The Orleanists relived the golden days of the tourney between Guizot, Mole, Broye, Thiers, and Odilonbert. The section of the party of order that was eager for revision, but was divided again on the limits to revisions, a section composed of the legitimists led by Barrier and Falloux, on the one hand, and by La Roche-Jaqueline, on the other, and of the conflict-weary Orleanists led by Mole, Broye, Montalembert, and Odilonbert agreed with the Bonapartist representatives on the following indefinite and broadly framed motion, with the object of restoring to the nation the full exercise of its sovereignty. The undersigned representatives moved that the Constitution be revised. At the same time, however, they unanimously declared through their reporter Tocqueville that the National Assembly had no right to move the abolition of the Republic, that this right was vested solely in the revising chamber. For the rest, the Constitution might be revised only in a legal manner, hence only if the constitutionally prescribed 3/4 of the number of votes were cast in favor of revision. On July 19, after 6 days of stormy debate, revision was rejected, as was to be anticipated. 446 votes were cast for it, but 278 against. The extreme Orleanists, Thiers, Changarny, etc., voted with the Republicans and the Montaigne. Thus the majority of Parliament declared against the Constitution, but this constitution itself declared for the minority and that its vote was binding. But had not the party of order subordinated the constitution to the parliamentary majority on May 31, 1850, and on June 13, 1849? Up to now, was not its whole policy based on the subordination of the paragraphs of the Constitution to the decisions of the parliamentary majority? Had it not left to the Democrats the antediluvian superstitious belief in the letter of the law, and castigated the Democrats for it? At the present moment, however, revision of the Constitution meant nothing but continuation of the presidential authority, just as continuation of the Constitution meant nothing but Bonaparte's deposition. Parliament had declared for him, but the Constitution declared against Parliament. He therefore acted in the sense of Parliament when he tore up the Constitution and acted in the sense of the Constitution when he adjourned Parliament. Parliament had declared the Constitution and, with the latter, its own rule to be beyond the majority. By its vote it had abolished the Constitution and prolonged the term of presidential power, while declaring at the same time that neither could the one die nor the other live so long as the Assembly itself continued to exist. Those who were to bury it were standing at the door. While it debated on revision, Bonaparte removed General Baragwai de Hilliers, who had proved irresolute, from the command of the 1st Army Division and appointed in his place General Magnan, the victor of Lyons 114, the hero of the December days, one of his creatures, who under Louis-Philippe had already more or less compromised himself in Bonaparte's favor on the occasion of the Boulogne expedition. The party of order proved by its decision on revision that it knew neither how to rule nor how to serve, neither how to live nor how to die, neither how to suffer the republic nor how to overthrow it, neither how to uphold the Constitution nor how to throw it overboard, neither how to cooperate with the president nor how to break with him. To whom, then, did it look for the solution of all the contradictions? To the calendar, to the course of events. It ceased to presume to sway them. It therefore challenged events to assume sway over it, and thereby challenged the power to which, in the struggle against the people, it had surrendered one attribute after another until it stood impotent before this power. In order that the head of the executive power might be able the more undisturbedly to draw up his plan of campaign against it, strengthen his means of attack, select his tools, and fortify his positions, it resolved precisely at this critical moment to retire from the stage and adjourn for 3 months, from August 10 to November 4. The parliamentary party was not only dissolved into its 2 great factions, each of these factions was not only split up within itself, but the party of order in Parliament had fallen out with the party of order outside Parliament. The spokesmen and scribes of the bourgeoisie, its platform, and its press in short, the ideologists of the bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie itself, the representatives and the represented faced one another in estrangement and no longer understood one another. The legitimists in the provinces, with their limited horizon and unlimited enthusiasm, accused their parliamentary leaders, Barriere and Falloux, of deserting to the Bonapartist camp and of defection from Henry V. Their fleur-de-lis minds believed in the fall of man, but not in diplomacy. Far more fateful and decisive was the breach of the commercial bourgeoisie with its politicians. It reproached them not as the legitimists reproached theirs, with having abandoned their principles, but on the contrary, with clinging to principles that had become useless. I have indicated above that since Fowle's entry into the ministry the section of the commercial bourgeoisie which had held the lion's share of power under Louis-Philippe, namely, the aristocracy of finance, had become Bonapartist. Fowle not only represented Bonaparte's interests in the Bourse, he represented at the same time the interests of the Bourse before Bonaparte. The position of the aristocracy of finance is most strikingly depicted in a passage from its European organ, the London Economist. In the issue of February 1, 1851, its Paris correspondent writes, "Now we have it stated from numerous quarters that above all things France demands tranquility. The President declares it in his message to the Legislative Assembly, it is echoed from the tribune, it is asserted in the journals, it is announced from the pulpit, it is demonstrated by the sensitiveness of the public funds at the least prospect of disturbance, and their firmness the instant it is made manifest that the executive is victorious." In its issue of November 29, 1851, The Economist declares in its own name, "The President is the guardian of order, and is now recognized as such on every stock exchange of Europe." The aristocracy of finance, therefore, condemned the parliamentary struggle of the party of order with the executive power as a disturbance of order, and celebrated every victory of the president over its ostensible representatives as a victory of order. By the aristocracy of finance must here be understood not merely the great loan promoters and speculators in public funds, in regard to whom it is immediately obvious that their interests coincide with the interests of the state power. All modern finance, the whole of the banking business, is interwoven in the closest fashion with public credit. A part of their business capital is necessarily invested and put out at interest in quickly convertible public funds. Their deposits, the capital placed at their disposal and distributed by them among merchants and industrialists, are partly derived from the dividends of holders of government securities. If in every epoch the stability of the state power signified Moses and the prophets to the entire money market and to the priests of this money market, why not all the more so today, when every deluge threatens to sweep away the old states, and the old state debts with them? The industrial bourgeoisie too, in its fanaticism for order, was angered by the squabbles of the parliamentary party of order with the executive power. After their vote of January 18th on the occasion of Chain Jarnier's dismissal, Thiers, Engels, Saint-Beuve, etc., received from their constituents, in precisely the industrial districts, public reproofs in which their coalition with the Montaigne was especially scourged as high treason to order. If, as we have seen, the boastful taunts, the petty intrigues which marked the struggle of the party of order with the president merited no better reception, then on the other hand this bourgeois party, which required its representatives to allow the military power to pass from its own parliament to an adventurous pretender without offering resistance, was not even worth the intrigues that were squandered in its interests. It proved that the struggle to maintain its public interests, its own class interests, its political power, only troubled and upset it, as it disturbed private business. With barely an exception, the bourgeois dignitaries of the departmental towns, the municipal authorities, the judges of the commercial courts, etc., everywhere received Bonaparte on his tours in the most servile manner, even when, as in Dijon, he made an unrestrained attack on the National Assembly, and especially on the party of order. When trade was good, as it still was at the beginning of 1851, the commercial bourgeoisie raged against any parliamentary struggle, lest trade be put out of humor. When trade was bad, as it continually was from the end of February, 1851, the commercial bourgeoisie accused the parliamentary struggles of being the cause of stagnation and cried out for them to stop so that trade could start again. The revision debates came on just in this bad period. Since the question here was whether the existing form of state was to be or not to be, the bourgeoisie felt all the more justified in demanding from its representatives the ending of this tortuous provisional arrangement and at the same time the maintenance of the status quo. There was no contradiction in this. By the end of the provisional arrangement it understood precisely its continuation, the postponement to a distant future of the moment when a decision had to be reached. The status quo could be maintained in only two ways: prolongation of Bonaparte's authority or his constitutional retirement and the election of Cavaignac. A section of the bourgeoisie desired the latter solution and knew no better advice to give its representatives than to keep silent and leave the burning question untouched. They were of the opinion that if their representatives did not speak, Bonaparte would not act. They wanted an ostrich parliament that would hide its head in order to remain unseen. Another section of the bourgeoisie desired, because Bonaparte was already in the presidential chair, to leave him sitting in it, so that everything could remain in the same old rut. They were indignant because their parliament did not openly infringe the constitution and abdicate without ceremony. The department councils, those provincial representative bodies of the big bourgeoisie, which met from August 25th on during the recess of the National Assembly, declared almost unanimously for revision, and thus against Parliament and in favor of Bonaparte. Still more unequivocally than in its falling out with its parliamentary representatives, the bourgeoisie displayed its wrath against its literary representatives, its own press. The sentences to ruinous fines and shameless terms of imprisonment, on the verdicts of bourgeois juries, for every attack of bourgeois journalists on Bonaparte's usurpationist desires, for every attempt of the press to defend the political rights of the bourgeoisie against the executive power, astonished not merely France, but all Europe. While the parliamentary party of order, by its clamor for tranquility, as I have shown, committed itself to quiescence, while it declared the political rule of the bourgeoisie to be incompatible with the safety and existence of the bourgeoisie by destroying with its own hands, in the struggle against the other classes of society, all the conditions for its own regime, the parliamentary regime, the extra-parliamentary mass of the bourgeoisie, on the other hand, by its servility toward the president, by its vilification of parliament, by its brutal maltreatment of its own press, invited Bonaparte to suppress and annihilate its speaking and writing section, its politicians, and its literati, its platform and its press, so it would then be able to pursue its private affairs with full confidence in the protection of a strong and unrestricted government. It declared unequivocally that it longed to get rid of its own political rule in order to get rid of the troubles and dangers of ruling. And this extra-parliamentary bourgeoisie, which had already rebelled against the purely parliamentary and literary struggle for the rule of its own class, and had betrayed the leaders of this struggle, now dares after the event to indict the proletariat for not having risen in a bloody struggle, a life-and-death struggle on its behalf. This bourgeoisie, which every moment sacrificed its general class interests, that is, its political interests, to the narrowest and most sordid private interests, and demanded a similar sacrifice from its representatives, now moans that the proletariat has sacrificed its ideal political interests to its material interests. It poses as a lovely creature that has been misunderstood and deserted in a decisive hour by the proletariat, misled by socialists. And it finds a general echo in the bourgeois world. Naturally, I do not speak here of German shyster politicians and riff-raff of the same persuasion. I refer, for example, to the already quoted Economist, which as late as November 29, 1851, that is, 4 days prior to the coup d'état, declared Bonaparte to be the guardian of order but Thiers and Barrière to be anarchists, and on December 27, 1851, after Bonaparte had quieted these anarchists, is already vociferous about the treason to the skill, knowledge, discipline, spiritual insight, intellectual resources, and moral weight of the middle and upper ranks committed by the masses of ignorant, untrained, and stupid proletaires. The stupid, ignorant, and vulgar mass was none other than the bourgeois mass itself. In the year 1851, France, to be sure, had passed through a kind of minor trade crisis. The end of February showed a decline in exports compared with 1850, in March trade suffered and factories closed down, in April the position of the industrial departments appeared as desperate as after the February days, in May business had still not revived, as late as June 28 the holdings of the Bank of France showed, by the enormous growth of deposits and the equally great decrease in advances on bills of exchange, that production was at a standstill, and it was not until the middle of October that a progressive improvement of business again set in. The French bourgeoisie attributed this trade stagnation to purely political causes, to the struggle between parliament and the executive power, to the precariousness of a merely provisional form of state, to the terrifying prospect of the second Sunday in May of 1852. I will not deny that all these circumstances had a depressing effect on some branches of industry in Paris and the departments. But in any case the influence of political conditions was only local and inconsiderable. Does this require further proof than the fact that the improvement of trade set in toward the middle of October, at the very moment when the political situation grew worse, the political horizon darkened, and a thunderbolt from Elysium was expected at any moment? For the rest, the French bourgeois, whose skill, knowledge, spiritual insight, and intellectual resources reached no further than his nose, could throughout the period of the industrial exhibition in London 115 have found the cause of his commercial misery right under his nose. While in France factories were closed down, in England commercial bankruptcies broke out. While in April and May the industrial panic reached a climax in France, in April and May the commercial panic reached a climax in England. Like the French woolen industry, the English woolen industry suffered, and as French silk manufacture, so did English silk manufacture. True, the English cotton mills continued working, but no longer at the same profits as in 1849 and 1850. The only difference was that the crisis in France was industrial, in England commercial, that while in France the factories stood idle, in England they extended operations, but under less favorable conditions than in preceding years, that in France it was exports, in England imports which were hardest hit. The common cause, which is naturally not to be sought within the bounds of the French political horizon, was obvious. The years 1849 and 1850 were years of the greatest material prosperity and of an overproduction that appeared as such only in 1851. At the beginning of this year it was given a further special impetus by the prospect of the industrial exhibition. In addition, there were the following special circumstances. First, the partial failure of the cotton crop in 1850 and 1851, then the certainty of a bigger cotton crop than had been expected, first the rise, then the sudden fall, in short, the fluctuations in the price of cotton. The crop of raw silk, in France at least, had turned out to be even below the average yield. Woolen manufacture, finally, had expanded so much since 1848 that the production of wool could not keep pace with it, and the price of raw wool rose out of all proportion to the price of woolen manufactures. Here, then, in the raw material of three industries for the world market, we already have threefold material for a stagnation in trade. Apart from these special circumstances, the apparent crisis of 1851 was nothing else but the halt which overproduction and overspeculation invariably make in completing the industrial cycle, before they summon all their strength in order to rush feverishly through the final phase of this cycle and arrive once more at their starting point, the general trade crisis. During such intervals in the history of trade, commercial bankruptcies break out in England, while in France industry itself is reduced to idleness, partly forced into retreat by the competition, just then becoming intolerable, of the English in all markets, and partly singled out for attack as a luxury industry by every business stagnation. Thus, besides the general crisis, France goes through national trade crises of her own, which are nevertheless determined and conditioned far more by the general state of the world market than by French local influences. It will not be without interest to contrast the judgment of the English bourgeois with the prejudice of the French bourgeois. In its annual trade report for 1851, one of the largest Liverpool houses writes, "Few years have more thoroughly belied the anticipations formed at their commencement than the one just closed. Instead of the great prosperity which was almost unanimously looked for, it has proved one of the most discouraging that has been seen for the last quarter of a century." This, of course, refers to the mercantile, not to the manufacturing classes. And yet there certainly were grounds for anticipating the reverse. At the beginning of the year stocks of produce were moderate, money was abundant, and food was cheap, a plentiful harvest well secured, unbroken peace on the continent, and no political or fiscal disturbances at home. Indeed, the wings of commerce were never more unfettered. To what source, then, is this disastrous result to be attributed? We believe to overtrading in both imports and exports. Unless our merchants will put more stringent limits to their freedom of action, nothing but a triennial panic can keep us in check. Now picture to yourself the French bourgeois, how in the throes of this business panic his trade-crazy brain is tortured, set in a whirl, and stunned by rumors of coups d'état and the restoration of universal suffrage, by the struggle between Parliament and the executive power, by the Fronde war between Orleanists and Legitimists, by the communist conspiracies in the south of France, by alleged Jacques rise in the departments of Nievre and Cher, by the advertisements of the different candidates for the presidency, by the cheap jack solutions offered by the journals, by the threats of the Republicans to uphold the Constitution and universal suffrage by force of arms, by the gospel-preaching émigré heroes in partibus, who announced that the world would come to an end on the second Sunday in May, 1852. Think of all this and you will comprehend why in this unspeakable, deafening chaos of fusion, revision, prorogation, constitution, conspiration, coalition, emigration, usurpation, and revolution, the bourgeois madly snorts at his parliamentary republic. Rather an end with terror than terror without end. Bonaparte understood this cry. His power of comprehension was sharpened by the growing turbulence of creditors, who with each sunset which brought settling day, the second Sunday in May, 1852, nearer, saw a movement of the stars protesting their earthly bills of exchange. They had become veritable astrologers. The National Assembly had blighted Bonaparte's hopes of a constitutional prolongation of his authority. The candidature of the Prince of Joinville forbade further vacillation. If ever an event has, well in advance of its coming, cast its shadow before, it was Bonaparte's coup d'état. As early as January 29, 1849, barely a month after his election, he had made a proposal about it to Changarny. In the summer of 1849 his own Prime Minister, Odilon, had covertly denounced the policy of coups d'état. In the winter of 1850 Thiers had openly done so. In May, 1851, Persigny had sought once more to win Changarny for the coup. The Messager Assembly had published an account of these negotiations. During every parliamentary storm the Bonapartist journals threatened a coup d'état, and the nearer the crisis drew, the louder their tone became. In the orgies that Bonaparte kept up every night with men and women of the swell mob, as soon as the hour of midnight approached and copious potations had loosened tongues and fired imaginations, the coup d'état was fixed for the following morning. Swords were drawn, glasses clinked, the representatives were thrown out the window, the imperial mantle fell upon Bonaparte's shoulders, until the following morning banished the ghost once more, and astonished Paris learned, from vestals of little reticence and from indiscreet paladins, of the danger it had once again escaped. During the months of September and October rumors of a coup d'état followed fast, one after the other. Simultaneously the shadow took on color, like a variegated daguerreotype. Look up the September and October copies of the organs of the European daily press and you will find, word for word, intimations like the following: Paris is full of rumors of a coup d'état. The capital is to be filled with troops during the night, and the next morning is to bring decrees which will dissolve the National Assembly, declare the Department of the Seine in a state of siege, restore universal suffrage, and appeal to the people. Bonaparte is said to be seeking ministers for the execution of these illegal decrees. The dispatches that bring these tidings always end with the fateful word postponed. The coup d'état was ever the fixed idea of Bonaparte. With this idea he had again set foot on French soil. He was so obsessed by it that he continually betrayed it and blurted it out. He was so weak that, just as continually, he gave it up again. The shadow of the coup d'état had become so familiar to the Parisians as a spectre that they were not willing to believe in it when it finally appeared in the flesh. What allowed the coup d'état to succeed was therefore neither the reticent reserve of the chief of the Society of December 10 nor the fact that the National Assembly was caught unawares. If it succeeded despite its indiscretion and with its foreknowledge, a necessary, inevitable result of antecedent developments. On October 10 Bonaparte announced to his ministers his decision to restore universal suffrage. On the 16th they handed in their resignations. On the 26th Paris learned of the formation of the Thorigny ministry. Police prefect Carlier was simultaneously replaced by Malpas, the head of the 1st Military Division. Magnan concentrated the most reliable regiments in the capital. On November 4 the National Assembly resumed its sessions. It had nothing better to do than to recapitulate in a short, succinct form the course it had gone through and to prove that it was buried only after it had died. The first post it forfeited in the struggle with the executive power was the ministry. It had solemnly to admit this loss by accepting at full value the Thorigny ministry, a mere shadow cabinet. The Permanent Commission had received M. Giroux with laughter when he presented himself in the name of the new ministers. Such a weak ministry for such strong measures as the restoration of universal suffrage. Yet the precise object was to get nothing through in Parliament, but everything against Parliament. On the very first day of its reopening, the National Assembly received a message from Bonaparte in which he demanded the restoration of universal suffrage and the abolition of the law of May 31, 1850. The same day his ministers introduced a decree to this effect. The National Assembly at once rejected the ministry's motion of urgency and rejected the law itself on November 13 by 355 votes to 348. Thus, it tore up its mandate once more. It once more confirmed the fact that it had transformed itself from the freely elected representatives of the people into the usurpatory parliament of a class. It acknowledged once more that it had itself cut in two the muscles which connected the parliamentary head with the body of the nation. If by its motion to restore universal suffrage the executive power appealed from the National Assembly to the people, the legislative power appealed by its quaestors bill from the people to the army. This quaestors bill was to establish its right of directly requisitioning troops, of forming a parliamentary army. While it thus designated the army as the arbitrator between itself and the people, between itself and Bonaparte, while it recognized the army as the decisive state power, it had to confirm, on the other hand, the fact that it had long given up its claim to dominate this power. By debating its right to requisition troops, instead of requisitioning them at once, it betrayed its doubts about its own powers. By rejecting the quaestors bill, it made public confession of its impotence. This bill was defeated, its proponents lacking 108 votes of a majority. The Montaigne thus decided the issue. It found itself in the position of Buridan's ass, not, indeed, between two bundles of hay with the problem of deciding which was the more attractive, but between two showers of blows with the problem of deciding which was the harder. On the one hand, there was the fear of Changarny, on the other, the fear of Bonaparte. It must be confessed that the position was not a heroic one. On November 18th an amendment was moved to the law on municipal elections introduced by the Party of Order, to the effect that instead of 3 years, 1 year's domicile should suffice for municipal electors. The amendment was lost by a single vote, but this one vote immediately proved to be a mistake. By splitting up into its hostile factions, the Party of Order had long ago forfeited its independent parliamentary majority. It showed now that there was no longer any majority at all in Parliament. The National Assembly had become incapable of transacting business. Its atomic constituents were no longer held together by any force of cohesion. It had drawn its last breath. It was dead. Finally, a few days before the catastrophe, the extra-parliamentary mass of the bourgeoisie was solemnly to confirm once more its breach with the bourgeoisie in Parliament. Thiers, as a parliamentary hero infected more than the rest with the incurable disease of parliamentary cretinism, had, after the death of Parliament, hatched out, together with the Council of State, a new parliamentary intrigue, a responsibility law by which the President was to be firmly held within the limits of the Constitution. Just as, on laying the foundation stone of the new market halls in Paris on September 15th, Bonaparte, like a second Masaniello, had enchanted the dames de balls, the fishwives, to be sure, one fishwife outweighed 17 burgraves in real power, just as after the introduction of the Quaestors Bill he enraptured the lieutenants whom he regaled in the Élysée, so now, on November 25th, he swept off their feet the industrial bourgeoisie, which had gathered at the circus to receive at his hands prize medals for the London Industrial Exhibition. I shall give the significant portion of his speech as reported in the Journal des Débats. With such unhoped-for successes, I am justified in reiterating how great the French Republic would be if it were permitted to pursue its real interests and reform its institutions, instead of being constantly disturbed by demagogues, on the one hand, and by monarchist hallucinations, on the other. Loud, stormy, and repeated applause from every part of the amphitheater. The monarchist hallucinations hinder all progress in all important branches of industry. In place of progress nothing but struggle. One sees men who were formerly the most zealous supporters of the royal authority and prerogative become partisans of a convention merely in order to weaken the authority that has sprung from universal suffrage. Loud and repeated applause. We see men who have suffered most from the revolution, and have deplored it most, provoke a new one, and merely in order to fetter the nation's will. I promise you tranquility for the future, etc., etc. Bravo, bravo. A storm of bravos. Thus the industrial bourgeoisie applauds with servile bravos the coup d'état of December 2nd, the annihilation of Parliament, the downfall of its own rule, the dictatorship of Bonaparte. The thunder of applause on November 25th had its answer in the thunder of cannon on December 4, 116, and it was on the house of Monsieur Salandros, who had clapped most, that they clapped most of the bombs. Cromwell, when he dissolved the Long Parliament, went alone into its midst, took out his watch so that it should not continue to exist a minute after the time limit he had fixed, and drove out each one of the members of Parliament with hilariously humorous taunts. Napoleon, smaller than his prototype, at least betook himself on the 18th Brumaire to the legislative body and read out to it, though in a faltering voice, its sentence of death. The second Bonaparte, who, moreover, found himself in possession of an executive power very different from that of Cromwell or Napoleon, sought his model not in the annals of world history but in the annals of the Society of December 10th, in the annals of the criminal courts. He robs the Bank of France of 25 million francs, buys General Magnan with 1 million, the soldiers with 15 francs apiece and liquor, comes together with his accomplices secretly like a thief in the night, has the houses of the most dangerous parliamentary leaders broken into, and Cavaignac, Lamaricher, Le Flo, Changarny, Charles, Thiers, Bayes, etc., dragged from their beds and put in prison, the chief squares of Paris and the parliamentary building occupied by troops, and cheap jack placards posted early in the morning on all the walls, proclaiming the dissolution of the National Assembly and the Council of State, the restoration of universal suffrage, and the placing of the same department in a state of siege. In like manner he inserted a little later in the Monitor a false document which asserted that influential parliamentarians had grouped themselves around him and formed a state consulta. The Rump Parliament, assembled in the Mairie building of the 10th arrondissement and consisting mainly of Legitimists and Orleanists, votes the deposition of Bonaparte amid repeated cries of "Long live the Republic," unfailingly harangues the gaping crowds before the building, and is finally let off in the custody of African sharpshooters, first to the d'Orsay barracks, and later packed into prison vans and transported to the prisons of Mazas, Ham, and Vincennes. Thus ended the Party of Order, the Legislative Assembly, and the February Revolution. Before hastening to close, let us briefly summarize the latter's history. 7. The Social Republic appeared as a phrase, as a prophecy, on the threshold of the February Revolution. In the June days of 1848, it was drowned in the blood of the Paris proletariat, but it haunts the subsequent acts of the drama like a ghost. The Democratic Republic announces its appearance. It is dissipated on June 13, 1849, together with its deserting petty bourgeois, but in its flight it redoubles its boastfulness. The Parliamentary Republic together with the bourgeoisie takes possession of the entire state. It enjoys its existence to the full, but December 2, 1851, buries it to the accompaniment of the anguished cry of the coalesced royalists, "Long live the Republic!" The French bourgeoisie balked at the domination of the working proletariat. It has brought the lumpen proletariat to domination, with the chief of the Society of December 10 at the head. The bourgeoisie kept France in breathless fear of the future terrors of red anarchy. Bonaparte discounted this future for it when, on December 4, he had the eminent bourgeois of the Boulevard Montmartre and the Boulevard des Italiens shot down at their windows by the drunken army of law and order. The bourgeoisie apatheticized the sword rules it. It destroyed the revolutionary press, its own press is destroyed. It placed popular meetings under police surveillance, its salons are placed under police supervision. It disbanded the Democratic National Guard, its own National Guard is disbanded. It imposed a state of siege is imposed upon it. It supplanted the juries by military commissions, its juries are supplanted by military commissions. It subjected public education to the sway of the priests subjected to their own education. It jailed people without trial, it is being jailed without trial. It suppressed every stirring in society by means of state power, every stirring in its society is suppressed by means of state power. Out of enthusiasm for its money bags it rebelled against its own politicians and literary men. Its politicians and literary men are swept aside, but its money bag is being plundered now that its mouth has been gagged and its pen broken. The bourgeoisie never tired of crying out to the revolution what Saint Arsenius cried out to the Christians, "Fuge, tis, quies." Flee, be silent, keep still. Bonaparte cries to the bourgeoisie, "Fuge, tis, quies." The French bourgeoisie had long ago found the solution to Napoleon's dilemma: in 50 years Europe will be Republican or Cossack. It solved it in the Cossack Republic. No Circe using black magic has distorted that work of art, the bourgeois republic, into a monstrous shape. That republic has lost nothing but the semblance of respectability. Present-day France was already contained in the parliamentary republic. It required only a bayonet thrust for the bubble to burst and the monster to leap forth before our eyes. Why did the Paris proletariat not rise in revolt after December 2? The overthrow of the bourgeoisie had as yet been only decreed. The decree was not carried out. Any serious insurrection of the proletariat would at once have put new life into the bourgeoisie, reconciled it with the army, and ensured a 2 June defeat for the workers. On December 4 the proletariat was incited by bourgeois and shopkeeper to fight. On the evening of that day several legions of the National Guard promised to appear, armed and uniformed, on the scene of battle. For the bourgeois and the shopkeeper had learned that in one of his decrees of December 2 Bonaparte had abolished the secret ballot and had ordered them to put a yes or no after their names on the official registers. The resistance of December 4 intimidated Bonaparte. During the night he had placards posted on all the street corners of Paris announcing the restoration of the secret ballot. The bourgeois and the shopkeeper believed they had gained their objective. Those who failed to appear next morning were the bourgeois and the shopkeeper. By a coup de main the night of December 1st to 2nd, Bonaparte had robbed the Paris proletariat of its leaders, the barricade commanders. An army without officers, averse to fighting under the banner of the Montagnards because of the memories of June 1848 and 1849, and May 1850, it left to its vanguard, the secret societies, the task of saving the insurrectionary honor of Paris, which the bourgeoisie had surrendered to the military so unresistingly that, subsequently, Bonaparte could disarm the National Guard with a sneering motive of his fear that its weapons would be turned against it by the anarchists. This is the complete and final triumph of socialism. Thus Guizot characterized December 2nd. But if the overthrow of the parliamentary republic contains within itself the germ of the triumph of the proletarian revolution, its immediate and obvious result was Bonaparte's victory over Parliament, of the executive power over the legislative power, of force without phrases over the force of phrases. In Parliament the nation made its general will the law, that is, it made the law of the ruling class its general will. It renounces all will of its own before the executive power and submits itself to the superior command of an alien, of authority. The executive power, in contrast to the legislative one, expresses the heteronomy of a nation in contrast to its autonomy. France therefore seems to have escaped the despotism of a class only to fall back under the despotism of an individual, and what is more, under the authority of an individual without authority. The struggle seems to be settled in such a way that all classes, equally powerless and equally mute, fall on their knees before the rifle butt. But the revolution is thoroughgoing. It is still traveling through purgatory. It does its work methodically. By December 2nd, 1851, it had completed half of its preparatory work, now it is completing the other half. It first completed the parliamentary power in order to be able to overthrow it. Now that it has achieved this, it completes the executive power, reduces it to its purest expression, isolates it, sets it up against itself as the sole target, in order to concentrate all its forces of destruction against it. And when it has accomplished this second half of its preliminary work, Europe will leap from its seat and exult, "Well burrowed, old mole." Paraphrase from Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 5, "Well said, old mole," also cited by Hegel in his Philosophy of History. The executive power with its enormous bureaucratic and military organization, with its wide-ranging and ingenious state machinery, with a host of officials numbering 500,000, besides an army of another 500,000, this terrifying parasitic body which enmeshes the body of French society and chokes all its pores sprang up in the time of the absolute monarchy, with the decay of the feudal system which it had helped to hasten. The seigneurial privileges of the landowners and towns became transformed into so many attributes of the state power, the feudal dignitaries into paid officials, and the motley patterns of conflicting medieval plenary powers into the regulated plan of a state authority whose work is divided and centralized as in a factory. The First French Revolution, with its task of breaking all separate local, territorial, urban, and provincial powers in order to create the civil unity of the nation, was bound to develop what the monarchy had begun, centralization, but at the same time the limits, the attributes, and the agents of the governmental power. Napoleon completed this state machinery. The legitimate monarchy and the July monarchy added nothing to it but a greater division of labor, increasing at the same rate as the division of labor inside the bourgeois society created new groups of interests, and therefore new material for the state administration. Every common interest was immediately severed from the society, countered by a higher, general interest, snatched from the activities of society's members themselves and made an object of government activity, from a bridge, a schoolhouse, and the communal property of a village community, to the railroads, the national wealth, and the National University of France. Finally, the parliamentary republic, in its struggle against the revolution, found itself compelled to strengthen the means and the centralization of governmental power with repressive measures. All revolutions perfected this machine instead of breaking it. The parties, which alternately contended for domination, regarded the possession of this huge state structure as the chief spoils of the victor. But under the absolute monarchy, during the First Revolution, and under Napoleon, the bureaucracy was only the means of preparing the class rule of the bourgeoisie. Under the Restoration, under Louis Philippe, under the parliamentary republic, it was the instrument of the ruling class, however much it strove for power of its own. Only under the second Bonaparte does the state seem to have made itself completely independent. The state machinery has so strengthened itself vis-a-vis civil society that the chief of the Society of December 10th suffices for its head, an adventurer dropped in from abroad, raised on the shoulders of a drunken soldiery which he bought with whiskey and sausages and to which he has to keep throwing more sausages. Hence the low-spirited despair, the feeling of monstrous humiliation and degradation that oppresses the breast of France and makes her gasp. She feels dishonored. And yet the state power is not suspended in the air. Bonaparte represented a class, and the most numerous class of French society at that, the small-holding peasants. Just as the Bourbons were the dynasty of the big landed property and the Orleans the dynasty of money, so the Bonapartes are the dynasty of the peasants, that is, the French masses. The chosen of the peasantry is not the Bonaparte who submitted to the bourgeois parliament but the Bonaparte who dismissed the bourgeois parliament. For 3 years the towns had succeeded in falsifying the meaning of the December 10th election and in cheating the peasants out of the restoration of the empire. The election of December 10th, 1848, has been consummated only by the coup d'état of December 2nd, 1851. The small-holding peasants form an enormous mass whose members live in similar conditions but without entering into manifold relations with each other. Their mode of production isolates them from one another instead of bringing them into mutual intercourse. The isolation is furthered by France's poor means of communication and the poverty of the peasants. Their field of production, the small holding, permits no division of labor in its cultivation, no application of science, and therefore no multifariousness of development, no diversity of talent, no wealth of social relationships. Each individual peasant family is almost self-sufficient, directly produces most of its consumer needs, and thus acquires its means of life more through an exchange with nature than an intercourse with society. A small holding, the peasant, and his family, beside it another small holding, another peasant, and another family. A few score of these constitute a village, and a few score villages constitute a department. Thus the great mass of the French nation is formed by the simple addition of homologous magnitudes, much as potatoes in a sack form a sack of potatoes. Insofar as millions of families live under conditions of existence that separate their mode of life, their interests, and their culture from those of the other classes, and put them in hostile opposition to the latter, they form a class. Insofar as there is merely a local interconnection among these small-holding peasants, and the identity of their interests forms no community, no national bond, and no political organization among them, they do not constitute a class. They are therefore incapable of asserting their class interest in their own name, whether through a parliament or a convention. They cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. Their representative must at the same time appear as their master, as an authority over them, an unlimited governmental power which protects them from the other classes and sends them rain and sunshine from above. The political influence of the small-holding peasants, therefore, finds its final expression in the executive power which subordinates society to itself. Historical tradition gave rise to the French peasants' belief in the miracle that a man named Napoleon would bring all glory back to them. And there turned up an individual who claims to be that man because he bears the name Napoleon, in consequence of the Code Napoleon, which decrees, inquiry into paternity is forbidden. After a 20-year vagabondage and a series of grotesque adventures the legend is consummated, and the man becomes emperor of the French. The fixed idea of the nephew was realized because it coincided with the fixed idea of the most numerous class of the French people. But, it may be objected, what about the peasant uprisings in half of France 117 the raids of the army on the peasants, the mass incarceration and transportation of the peasants? Since Louis XIV, France has experienced no similar persecution of the peasants on account of demagogic agitation. 118. But let us not misunderstand. The Bonaparte dynasty represents not the revolutionary, but the conservative peasant, not the peasant who strikes out beyond the condition of his social existence, the small holding, but rather one who wants to consolidate his holding, not the country folk who in alliance with the towns want to overthrow the old order through their own energies, but on the contrary those who, in solid seclusion within this old order, want to see themselves and their small holdings saved and favored by the ghost of the empire. It represents not the enlightenment but the superstition of the peasant, not his judgment but his prejudice, not his future but his past, not his modern Svens, a peasant uprising in the Svens mountains in 1702 to 1705, but his modern Vendée. 119, a peasant-backed uprising against the French Revolution in the French province of Vendée, in 1793. The 3 years stern rule of the parliamentary republic freed a part of the French peasants from the Napoleonic illusion and revolutionized them, even though superficially, but the bourgeoisie violently repulsed them as often as they set themselves in motion. Under the parliamentary republic, the modern and the traditional consciousness of the French peasant contended for mastery. The process took the form of an incessant struggle between the schoolmasters and the priests. The bourgeoisie struck down the schoolmasters. The peasants for the first time made efforts to behave independently vis-a-vis the government. This was shown in the continual conflict between the mayors and the prefects. The bourgeoisie deposed the mayors. Finally, during the period of the parliamentary republic, the peasants of different localities rose against their own offspring, the army. The bourgeoisie punished these peasants with sieges and executions. And this same bourgeoisie now cries out against the stupidity of the masses, the vile multitude that betrayed it to Bonaparte. The bourgeoisie itself has violently strengthened the imperialism of the peasant class. It has preserved the conditions that form the birthplaces of this species of peasant religion. The bourgeoisie, in truth, is bound to fear the stupidity of the masses so long as they remain conservative, and the insight of the masses as soon as they become revolutionary. In the uprisings after the coup d'état, a part of the French peasants protested, arms in hand, against their own vote of December 10, 1848. The school they had gone to since 1848 had sharpened their wits. But they had inscribed themselves in the historical underworld, history held them to their word, and the majority was still so implicated that precisely in the reddest departments the peasant population voted openly for Bonaparte. In their view, the National Assembly had hindered his progress. He has now merely broken the fetters that the towns had imposed on the will of the countryside. In some parts the peasants even entertained the grotesque notion of a convention with Napoleon. After the First Revolution had transformed the semi-feudal peasants into freeholders, Napoleon confirmed and regulated the conditions in which they could exploit undisturbed the soil of France which they had only just acquired, and could slake their youthful passion for property. But what is now ruining the French peasant is his small holding itself, the division of the land and the soil, the property form which Napoleon consolidated in France. It is exactly these material conditions which made the feudal peasant a small-holding peasant and Napoleon an emperor. 2 generations suffice to produce the unavoidable result, progressive deterioration of agriculture and progressive indebtedness of the agriculturist. The Napoleonic property form, which at the beginning of the 19th century was the condition of the emancipation and enrichment of the French country folk, has developed in the course of this century into the law of their enslavement and their pauperism. And just this law is the first of the Napoleonic ideas which the second Bonaparte has to uphold. If he still shares with the peasants the illusion that the cause of their ruin is to be sought not in the small holdings themselves but outside them, in the influence of secondary circumstances, his experiments will shatter like soap bubbles when they come in contact with the relations of production. The economic development of small holding property has radically changed the peasants' relations with the other social classes. Under Napoleon, the fragmentation of the land in the countryside supplemented free competition and the beginning of big industry in the towns. The peasant class was the ubiquitous protest against the recently overthrown landed aristocracy. The roots that small-holding property struck in French soil deprived feudalism of all nourishment. The landmarks of this property formed the natural fortification of the bourgeoisie against any surprise attack by its old overlords. But in the course of the 19th century the urban usurer replaced the feudal one, the mortgage replaced the feudal obligation, bourgeois capital replaced aristocratic landed property. The peasant's small holding is now only the pretext that allows the capitalist to draw profits, interest, and rent from the soil, while leaving it to the agriculturist himself to see to it how he can extract his wages. The mortgage debt burdening the soil of France imposes on the French peasantry an amount of interest equal to the annual interest on the entire British national debt. Small holding property, in this enslavement by capital toward which its development pushes it unavoidably, has transformed the mass of the French nation into troglodytes. 16 million peasants, including women and children, dwell in caves, a large number of which have but one opening, others only 2 and the most favored only 3. Windows are to a house what the 5 senses are to the head. The bourgeois order, which at the beginning of the century set the state to stand guard over the newly emerged small holdings and fertilized them with laurels, has become a vampire that sucks the blood from their hearts and brains and casts them into the alchemist's cauldron of capital. The Code Napoleon is now nothing but the codex of distrains, of forced sales and compulsory auctions. To the 4 million, including children, etc., officially recognized paupers, vagabonds, criminals, and prostitutes in France must be added another 5 million who hover on the margin of existence and either have their haunts in the countryside itself or, with their rags and their children, continually desert the countryside for the towns and the towns for the countryside. Therefore the interests of the peasants are no longer, as under Napoleon, in accord with, but are now in opposition to bourgeois interests, to capital. Hence they find their natural ally and leader in the urban proletariat, whose task it is to overthrow the bourgeois order. But strong and unlimited government, and this is the second Napoleonic idea that the second Napoleon has to carry out, is called upon to defend this material order by force. This material order also serves, in all Bonaparte's proclamations, as the slogan against the rebellious peasants. In addition to the mortgage which capital imposes on it, the small holding is burdened by taxes. Taxes are the life source of the bureaucracy, the army, the priests, and the court, in short, of the entire apparatus of the executive power. Strong government and heavy taxes are identical. By its very nature, small holding property forms a basis for an all-powerful and numberless bureaucracy. It creates a uniform level of personal and economic relationships over the whole extent of the country. Hence it also permits uniform action from its supreme center on all points of this uniform mass. It destroys the aristocratic intermediate steps between the mass of the people and the power of the state. On all sides, therefore, it calls forth the direct intrusion of this state power and the interposition of its immediate organs. Finally, it produces an unemployed surplus population which can find no place either on the land or in the towns and which perforce reaches out for state offices as a sort of respectable alms, and provokes the creation of additional state positions. By the new markets which he opened with bayonets, and by the plundering of the continent, Napoleon repaid the compulsory taxes with interest. These taxes were a spur to the industry of the peasant, whereas now they rob his industry of its last resources and complete his defenselessness against pauperism. An enormous bureaucracy, well gallowaned and well fed, is the Napoleonic idea which is most congenial to the second Bonaparte. How could it be otherwise, considering that alongside the actual classes of society, he is forced to create an artificial caste for which the maintenance of his regime becomes a bread and butter question. Hence one of his first financial operations was the raising of officials' salaries to their old level and the creation of new sinecures. Another idée Napoleonic idea is the domination of the priests as an instrument of government. But while at the time of their emergence the small holding owners, in their accord with society, in their dependence on natural forces and submission to the authority which protected them from above, were naturally religious, now that they are ruined by debts, at odds with society and authority, and driven beyond their own limitations, they have become naturally irreligious. Heaven was quite a pleasing addition to the narrow strip of land just won, especially as it makes the weather. It becomes an insult as soon as it is thrust forward as a substitute for the small holding. The priest then appears as only the anointed bloodhound of the earthly police, another idée Napoleonienne. The expedition against Rome will take place in France itself next time, but in a sense opposite from that of M. de Montalembert. 120. Finally, the culminating idée Napoleonienne is the ascendancy of the army. The army was the point d'honneur of the small holding peasants. It was they themselves transformed into heroes, defending their new possessions against the outer world, glorifying their recently won nationhood, plundering and revolutionizing the world. The uniform was their own state costume, war was their poetry, the small holding, enlarged and rounded off in imagination, was their fatherland, and patriotism the ideal form of the sense of property. But the enemies whom the French peasant now has to defend his property against are not the Cossacks, they are the huissiers bailiffs and the tax collectors. The small holding no longer lies in the so-called fatherland but in the registry of mortgages. The army itself is no longer the flower of the peasant youth, it is the swamp flower of the peasant lumpen proletariat. It consists largely of replacements, of substitutes, just as the second Bonaparte is himself only a replacement, the substitute for Napoleon. It now performs its deeds of valor by hounding the peasants in masses like chamois, by doing gendarme duty, and if the natural contradictions of his system chase the chief of the Society of December 10th across the French border, his army, after some acts of brigandage, will reap, not laurels, but thrashings. It is clear, all idées Napoleoniennes are ideas of the undeveloped small holding in the freshness of its youth, they are a contradiction to the outlived holdings. They are only the hallucinations of its death struggle, words transformed into phrases, spirits transformed into ghosts. But the parody of imperialism was necessary to free the mass of the French nation from the weight of tradition and to work out in pure form the opposition between state power and society. With the progressive deterioration of small holding property, the state structure erected upon it collapses. The centralization of the state that modern society requires arises only on the ruins of the military bureaucratic government machinery which was forged in opposition to feudalism. The condition of the French peasants provides us with the answer to the riddle of the general elections of December 20 and 21, which bore the second Bonaparte up Mount Sinai, not to receive laws but to give them. Obviously the bourgeoisie now had no choice but to elect Bonaparte. When the Puritans of the Council of Constance 1414 to 18121 complained of the dissolute lives of the popes and wailed about the necessity for moral reform, Cardinal Pierre d'Ailly thundered at them, "Only the devil in person can still save the Catholic Church, and you ask for angels." Similarly, after the coup d'état the French bourgeoisie cried out, "Only the chief of the Society of December 10th can still save bourgeois society. Only theft can still save property. Only perjury, religion, bastardy, the family, disorder, order." As the executive authority which has made itself independent, Bonaparte feels it to be his task to safeguard bourgeois order. But the strength of this bourgeois order lies in the middle class. He poses, therefore, as the representative of the middle class and issues decrees in this sense. Nevertheless, he is somebody solely because he has broken the power of that middle class, and keeps on breaking it daily. He poses, therefore, as the opponent of the political and literary power of the middle class. But by protecting its material power he revives its political power. Thus the cause must be kept alive, but the effect, where it manifests itself, must be done away with. But this cannot happen without small confusions of cause and effect, since in their interaction both lose their distinguishing marks. New decrees obliterate the border line. Bonaparte knows how to pose at the same time as the representative of the peasants and of the people in general, as a man who wants to make the lower classes happy within the framework of bourgeois society. New decrees cheat the true socialists 122 of their governmental skill in advance. But above all, Bonaparte knows how to pose as the chief of the Society of December 10th, as the representative of the lumpen proletariat to which he himself, his entourage, his government, and his army belong, and whose main object is to benefit itself and draw California lottery prizes from the state treasury. And he confirms himself as chief of the Society of December 10th with decrees, without decrees, and despite decrees. This contradictory task of the man explains the contradictions of his government, the confused groping which tries now to win, now to humiliate, first one class and then another, and uniformly arrays all of them against him, whose uncertainty in practice forms a highly comical contrast to the imperious, categorical style of the government decrees, a style slavishly copied from the uncle. Industry and commerce, hence the business affairs of the middle class, are to prosper in hothouse fashion under the strong government, the grant of innumerable railroad concessions. But the Bonapartist lumpen proletariat is to enrich itself, those in the no-play tripotage underhand dealings on the exchange with the railroad concessions. But no capital is forthcoming for the railroads, obligation of the bank to make advances on railroad shares. But at the same time the bank is to be exploited for personal gain and therefore must be cajoled. Release the bank from the obligation to publish its report weekly. Leonine from Aesop's fable about the lion who made a contract in which one partner got all the profits and the other all the disadvantages, agreement of the bank with the government. The people are to be given employment, initiation of public works. But the public works increase the people's tax obligations, hence reduction of taxes by an attack on the rentiers, by conversion of the 5% bonds into 4.5%. But the middle class must again receive a sweetening, hence a doubling of the wine tax for the people, who buy wine retail, and a halving of the wine tax for the middle class, which drinks it wholesale, dissolution of the actual workers' associations, but promises of miraculous future associations. The peasants are to be helped, mortgage banks which hasten their indebtedness and accelerate the concentration of property. But these banks are to be used to make money out of the confiscated estates of the House of Orleans. No capitalist wants to agree to this condition, which is not in the decree, and the mortgage bank remains a mere decree, etc., etc. Bonaparte would like to appear as the patriarchal benefactor of all classes. But he cannot give to one without taking from another. Just as it was said of the Duc de Guise in the time of the Fronde that he was the most obliging man in France because he gave all his estates to his followers, with feudal obligations to him, so Bonaparte would like to be the most obliging man in France and turn all the property and all the labor of France into a personal obligation to himself. He would like to steal all of France in order to make a present of it to France, or rather in order to buy France anew with French money, for as the chief of the Society of December 10th he must buy what ought to belong to him. And to the institution of purchase belong all the state institutions, the Senate, the Council of State, the Assembly, the Legion of Honor, the military medals, the public laundries, the public works, the railroads, the general staff, the officers of the National Guard, the confiscated estates of the House of Orleans. The means of purchase is obtained by selling every place in the army and the government machinery. But the most important feature of this process, by which France is taken in order to give to her, are the percentages that find their way into the pockets of the head and the members of the Society of December 10th during the turnover. The witticism with which Countess L., the mistress of M. de Morny, characterized the confiscation of the Orleans estates, it is the first vol. The word means both flight and theft of the eagle, is applicable to every flight of this eagle, who is more like a raven. 123 He and his follower, call out to one another like that Italian Carthusian admonishing the miser who ostentatiously counted the goods on which he could still live for years, tu fai conto sopra I beni, by sogna prima far il conto sopra gli anni thou countest thy goods, thou shouldst first count thy years. In order not to make a mistake in the years, they count the minutes. At the court, in the ministries, at the head of the administration and the army, a gang of blokes of whom the best that can be said is that one does not know whence they come, these noisy, disreputable, rapacious bohemians who crawl into gala-one coats with the same grotesque dignity as the high dignitaries of Soluk, elbow their way forward. One can visualize clearly this upper stratum of the Society of December 10th if one reflects that Baron Crevel, a dissolute Philistine character in Balzac's novel Cousin Bet, is its preacher of morals and Granier de Cassagnac its thinker. When Guizot, at the time of his ministry, turned this Granier of an obscure newspaper into a dynastic opponent, he used to boast of him with a quip, "C'est l'Eroi de drôles, he is the king of buffoons." It would be wrong to recall either the Regency 124 or Louis XV in connection with Louis Bonaparte's court and clique. For often before France has experienced a government of mistresses, but never before a government of kept men. Quoted from Madame de Girardin. Driven by the contradictory demands of his situation, and being at the same time, like a juggler, under the necessity of keeping the public gaze on himself, as Napoleon's successor, by springing constant surprises, that is to say, under the necessity of arranging a coup d'état in miniature every day, Bonaparte throws the whole bourgeois economy into confusion, violates everything that seemed inviolable to the revolution of 1848, makes some tolerant of revolution and makes others lust for it, and produces anarchy in the name of order, while at the same time stripping the entire state machinery of its halo, profaning it and making it at once loathsome and ridiculous. The cult of the Holy Tunic of Trier 125, a Catholic relic, allegedly taken from Christ when he was dying, preserved in the cathedral of Marx's native city, he duplicates in Paris in the cult of the Napoleonic imperial mantle. But when the imperial mantle finally falls on the shoulders of Louis Bonaparte, the bronze statue of Napoleon will come crashing down from the top of the Vendôme column. 126.